Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect. It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
One.
insane, putting heavy on my brain. Need you. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you?
Hello, everyone. Oh, God. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Everyone good today? How's everyone doing? Okay. Happy Saturday, by the way. Happy Saturday. How's everyone doing? We all good? I am still eating some food. Excuse me. I am still eating some food. I don't know, Maddie Holmes. I don't know. I think I swallowed, I don't know, some freaking cream of wheat or something. Yes, I'm eating cream of wheat because I'm disgusting and because I haven't eaten yet. All right. Yes, thank you, LaCroix. Thank you. Yes, I did make a Maddie Holmes. Okay, Maddie Holmes, fine. Here, is this better? Hey, we're living in a fascist dictatorship, and we send billions of dollars to a genocidal state in the Middle East. Okay, there's some ASMR for you. All right. Okay. So, um, okay, so there you go. Now, you're welcome. I know. I can do ASMR very well. As a matter of fact, folks, as a matter of fact, I considered starting an ASMR channel, okay? Like Jester's ASMR or some shit, because that would be fun, right? Now, this was after I started my other channel, but I'm like, maybe I should have a second channel where I do left-wing propaganda through ASMR. But anyway, let's go on. Let's go on. Let's see who we have here. Let's see who we have here. Um, hello, Matt Saiga. Hello, Matt. Oh, first of all, hello, Druzilla. You said hello first. Hello, Druzilla. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Druzilla, as always. Okay, so glad you're here. Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. No, I'm not a fake baker. I made cheesecake and it took forever. Okay, and right now it's in the oven. And like in 10 minutes, actually, I gotta actually remember to set my alarm. I gotta remember to set my alarm. It is how long? When do I need to do it by? I need to be back up there by in like 7 minutes, I think. 7 minutes. Okay, whatever. So I'll have to go pull that out of the oven at some point. Okay. Hello, Matt Saigai. Hello, Doug. Also called Antifa U. I'll just call you Antifa U. Hello, Antifa U. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Diegos. Avoid Sonic Shuffle. So glad you're here as always. James Nordoff is here. James Nordoff is here. So glad you're here, James Nordoff. Um, Okay. Dade Murphy. Hello, Dade Murphy 666. Love your name. Excuse you. Okay. I know you said excuse me, but I'm saying excuse you. All right. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob, the angelic Weirdomorphous Blob, who never did anything wrong, who's a perfect little angel. Okay. I'm so glad you're here, Weirdomorphous Blob. Philly Cheese is here. Speaking of Philly cheese, I just used what? What is it? Philly cream cheese, I think it's called. So hello, Philly cheese. It's real cake. Screw you, Philly cheese. There's eggs in it. That's close enough. A cake a day makes the graveyard an inch away. I would only hope so, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Trump failed. Hello, Trump failed. Trump failed says day 3 of asking to talk about the SCOTUS ruling on voting. I talked about the SCOTUS ruling on voting. God, Trump failed. Go back and watch the VODs. Okay. I talked about it. Remember, folks, I did that whole goddamn presentation on like why the Voting Rights Act was important and shit. Yeah, Trump failed. Do your homework, okay? You can't say the dog ate it this time. All right. Hello, LaCroix. How are you doing, LaCroix? I think I already said that to you. I think I already said hello to. Did I? I didn't. Hello, LaCroix. Whatever. I don't care if I said hi to you or not. Weird Morris Blob. Trump fail. Cheddar cake is horrifying. That's a thing. I've never heard of that. Okay. I don't know what that is. I know what yellow cake is because of the Iraq War, but, that kind of didn't go well. You know what? Did I miss anyone? Mayflower. Hello, Mayflower Kid. I'm so glad you're here. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Yes, guys, please like the stream if you're ever on YouTube. It'll help get more people in here. Please do that. Maddie Holmes. Oh, yeah, I already spoke to you, Maddie Holmes. You don't get a third time, okay? Did I miss anyone here? Did I miss anyone? Okay, I'm going to skip through a lot of people. Did you lay the eggs yourself? I could have, probably. But anyway, Paul Squaw. By the way, never mind. That's gross. I'm not going to talk about people who buy things so they can simulate laying eggs. Anyway, that's a real thing, by the way. Some people get off on that shit. Okay, Paul Squaw. Hello. Don't forget your fiber supplements and AARP dues. Paul Squaw. I swear to God, Paul Squaw. I swear to God. So glad you're here, Paul Squaw, as always. Cody. Hello, Cody. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, as always. Dex Stewart, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Trump failed said, don't yell at me or I'll pitch a tent. You're all a bunch of masochists. Okay, let's go on, guys. Let's go on. Remember, Perkins has a senior menu now. I hate you so much, Maddie Holmes. You fit in too well here. Okay, so guys, let's go on here. Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone to say hi to? I don't think I did. Did I miss Mithril? Hello, Mithril. Mithril, so glad you're here, Mithril. So glad you're here. Okay, let's continue, guys. So I have nothing planned. Literally nothing. I'm completely unprepared. Yay! You know why? Because I had to make a cheesecake this morning, which is what you all knew. So we're going to wing it. We're going to wing it. What the fuck is happening in the news, right? What kind of disasters await us in the news? Let's take a look, shall we? God knows. I haven't even looked today, It could be that the world's ended. Who knows? We'll take a look, all right? You didn't respond to your Discord references? What Discord references? What the fuck are you talking about, Matt Saigai? Okay. I gotta eat my food too. Let's take a look. Okay. So as far as I can tell, all right. It's not good, of course not. So let's take a look here. So here's CNN. Now, obviously, guys, whenever we go to a mainstream news source, we're gonna take it with a grain of salt. As always, as I always say, okay? We're going to take it with a big grain of salt. So we're going to go through a few sites here. And you know what? To make it even better for us, why don't we do this? Why don't we see what kind of news, if there's any little news bits we can watch together? All right. So 17 hours ago, Al Jazeera talking about.
Severe damage as families are trying.
Okay, we'll go back to that. I'm going to duplicate that. Let's go over here. We can find Secretary Mullen holds a press conference. No, thank you. Okay, let's listen to Fox News. Everyone excited for Fox News? Let's see what Fox News is saying. Don't worry, it'll be fun.
President Trump last night awaiting Iran's response on a proposed peace deal.
Have you heard from Iran? Giving a letter supposedly tonight, so we'll see how that goes.
Do you think they're slow rolling it? Do you think they're intentionally slow rolling the process?
We'll find out soon enough.
Oh,
the agreement reportedly requires Iran to scale back its nuclear program and reopen shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Trump also says the ceasefire
Why would they do that? Why would they do that though? They're only gaining from doing it. Okay.
is holding after American forces struck 2 Iranian flag tankers trying to
Right,
breach
Maddie
the U.S.
Holmes.
blockade. Let's bring in Jack Carr, former Navy SEAL,
Okay.
author of The Fourth Option.
So
Jack, we talked to you on remote as we
I don't care. I don't care what they're saying about this. Forgive me. You know what? It's okay. Can we find a real news site? That'd be nice. I mean, if one actually exists. Okay. Let's see here. What is going on with this shit? What the fuck is this shit? All right. Do we have any? You know what? God damn it. Fine. Well, fine. We'll do a regular search. We'll do a regular goddamn search. Okay, BBC. Let's see what the BBC is saying. They should do it because we asked nicely, right? Okay. So what is the BBC saying about Iran? Okay, let's just take a look here. Oh, God damn it. They're going to force me to do that. Fine. New York Times. Let's go to the goddamn New York Times, I guess. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's see what the New York Times is saying. Hello, okay, who else? Hello, virtual violence. So glad you're here. Let's see here. The Iran war live updates. Lasting truce is elusive after week of traded attacks. Okay, the United States and Iran both say that a month-long ceasefire is holding. Do we have to keep joking about this ceasefire? Do we have to keep joking about it? If you're blockading a bunch, like it is not a ceasefire to blockade a country. By its very nature, a blockade is violence implied, is it not? I mean, in order to stop any ships from running a blockade, you know what you do? You shoot out their engines. That's firing shots. Not only that, a blockade does structural violence. It kills people within the country you're blockading. So, okay, you know what? Do we have to keep on playing this little game where we pretend where the media pretends that there is a ceasefire? And yeah, okay. I might have to go get my cake here. All right. Despite the yeah, I know. Okay. All right. The United States and Iran both say that a month-long ceasefire is holding. So let's see here. It is a blockade of love, right? Virtual violence. Remember how Trump said that it was a love tap when our ships fired back at the Iranians when they shot some stuff at our ships? Okay. Deadly Israeli strike and clashes with Hezbollah. See, this is the language I'm talking about. Deadly Israeli strikes and clashes with Hezbollah erode the ceasefire. Do we see the contradiction in this statement? Do we see the contradiction in this statement? The fact that how do you erode a ceasefire when there's shooting going on? That's just not a ceasefire then, okay? It's not like it's eroded. It's that it doesn't exist if there's shooting happening. I can't. All right. So whatever. It's fine. Israel carried out a deadly wave of strikes okay. That was an alarm going off. I got to go get the cake out. So that's funny. Israel carried out a deadly wave of strikes in Lebanon on Saturday as clashes of course they did, with Hezbollah, an Iran-backed militant group, continued to intensify. See, again, we know who started this, right? Do we know who started this, though, right? Remember, Israel started bombing Lebanon during the ceasefire as soon as it was announced that we were close to a peace deal with Iran, because Israel doesn't want peace. Israel doesn't want peace, okay? They don't want peace. Yeah, exactly. I know, Maddie Holmes. I know, right? There's definitely a sexual assault element to that statement. Okay? So to make it seem like this ambiguous language, fine, I'll go get my cake. I'll go get my goddamn cake. All right, I got the cake. I got the cake. Everyone happy now? Everyone appeased? Everyone appeased? Okay, good. I'm gonna take another bite of my disgusting food. Okay. What were we saying? Mm. Oh yes, Israel doing war crimes and genocide. Right. It is not burned. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. All right. So, Israel doing more genocidal violence. Okay. Israel doing more genocidal violence, folks, breaking the ceasefire, and then the media covering up for it. Yay. Okay, so that's good. What the fuck just happened? Oh, thank you, elevator lady. Thank you, elevator lady, for the subscription. Okay. I ran very quickly upstairs. All right. Okay. Sam, get the cake. Go to the get the cake. Otherwise, it'll burn. For goodness sake, burning. Like, I hate all of you so much. I hate all of you so much. Okay. Going on. So, the Israeli military has issued evacuation warnings for Lebanon towns. That's called ethnic cleansing, folks. That's called ethnic cleansing because I doubt they'll let those people back in there. All right. At least 7 people, including a child. Oh my God. It's almost like the angelic state of Israel likes killing children. Again, at least 7 people, including a child, were killed in one strike. On the actually, that missile must have missed. Did it miss the daycare it was aiming for and accidentally hit a library? Because clearly, only one child killed by an Israeli missile. Dear God, they must be running out of accurate missiles, huh? Okay, Weirdmore's Blob, do you have no sympathy for the families of Merkava tanks, which Hezbollah blew up, of 20 of in one day? Oh, that really is a shame. That really is a shame, Weirdmore's Blob. I cry tears. I cry tears. Okay, maybe Mithril. It has to chill, Mithril. It's a cheesecake. It has to chill. Okay, it has to chill. All right. So that's good. Britain said, okay, what is Britain doing now? Britain said, hilarious, Weirdmore's Blob. Britain said on Saturday that the Royal Navy was deploying a destroyer ship to the Middle East. Okay, this is just a weird teachery thing on my part. I hate when people add ship after the name of a type of ship. So, like, why did they put the Royal Navy was deploying a destroyer ship? Why don't they just say a destroyer? Because a destroyer is a type of ship. You know what? It's fine. Okay, maybe not everyone knows what a destroyer ship is. Okay. Don't worry, guys. Here comes the great British Navy. Rules Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Okay. Okay, fine. You're right, Paul Squall. Fine. Not everyone knows what a destroyer is. Fine, fine, fine. I guess I'm just a military nerd or something. Okay, so I guess Britain said on Saturday that the Royal Navy was deploying a destroyer ship to the Middle East in what it described as pre-positioning for a future mission to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Do you guys think this has any link? Do you think this has any link to the elections that just took place? And Keir Starmer trying to show himself as strong, and the only way he thinks he can do that is by trying to flex military muscles to be more right wing. Like, I'm honestly curious if that's the case. There's a trend in that, by the way, in UK history. Margaret Thatcher did that when she was weak in the polls. That's kind of what prompted her to go to war for the Falklands. I'm like, I know that's a completely different thing. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, okay. Oh gosh, no, Maddie Holmes, I know all about Tony Blair. The issue is that yesterday they had massive nationwide elections for council seats. It wasn't for parliament, but the far right got a lot of seats, and Keir Starmer, the prime minister, who's in the Labour Party, people are demanding he resign. And it's weird that the day after that happened, yeah, the day after this has happened, he is suddenly deciding to send a destroyer. One destroyer, by the way, which isn't much. Okay, it's almost like he doesn't actually want to do anything, but he wants to appear as if he's doing something. So I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, so that's great. Great. Our UK friends out there, aren't you happy that your government's getting involved in the illegal war of oppression? Okay. Yeah. So that's fun. All right. That is fair, Maddie. You're right. Okay. I'm just kind of spitballing, to be honest. Why would British people support diet fascism when they can have regular fascism too? Yeah, Rock 2.0. Okay. So let's see here. A crucial waterway. Britain and France have said they were planning a multinational coalition that would ensure safe passage. Okay, so that might be it. Once the conflict comes to an end. Yet there has been little detail of what that would entail. France's defense military similarly said on Wednesday that it was sending an aircraft carrier strike group to the Red Sea. Guys, they're just doing intimidation. Okay. This makes zero sense. This is Europe trying to appear strong against the United States while not appearing strong. So allow me to explain what I mean by this. Why are they sending these vessels over there in the midst of the war, claiming they're waiting till after the war ends? It's a threat to Iran. That's what they're doing. They're trying to intimidate Iran by making it appear like because they're getting hurt by the blockade and things like that. So they're trying to do force buildup to make Iran afraid. I'm almost certain that's what's happening. Okay, to put more pressure on Iran to end the war. Right? Because it's also not clear that the United States will even control the strait at the end of the war. So what do they mean they're going to keep the strait open at the end of the war if they don't even know that's going to be the case? They're just sending vessels over there to make Trump happy because he keeps demanding they do that, while at the same time not really doing much so that they appease Trump and don't appear as though they're helping the US too much. Yeah. So like that's what it looks like to me. That's what it looks like to me. All right. Like I don't see the point of them saying that they're going to just wait there. All right, whatever. Yeah, exactly. Weird amorphous blob. Jesus. Okay. Maddie Holmes. So a French ship got shot at a few days ago. So the European navies are generally sailing stuff out there to help show aid support for their own private ships. So it got shot at. Was it in the Strait of Hormuz? How did it get shot at? Was it in the Strait of Hormuz? Yeah, I know Weird Rose Blob. So anyway. All right, blah, 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 blah. Israel and Hezbollah continue to trade fire. Okay. Satellite photos shows a large oil slick. Okay, off of Iran's Karg Island. That's unfortunate. That's really great. We're going to have an environmental crisis now too, as if there already wasn't one going on. Good. I love America's wars of imperial aggression. That always makes me very happy. How the amount of destruction we do not only to other countries but to the world, the planet, etc. It's always a good thing. It always does tons of damage to a bunch of other things. Okay, let's find a different. So that's what's happening, guys. That's what's happening over near Iran. More shit, more nonsense. I still have no idea what the fuck is going on and I honestly don't have the patience to look too deeply into it because every single hour it seems to change. It seems to be that every day it's like the ceasefire is still ongoing. By the way, there's shooting going after back and forth, but the ceasefire is ongoing. We're about to have peace talks. Now they got called off. Now they're not called off. Now Iran says they're called off, but the United States doesn't. Now the United States says they're called off, but Iran doesn't. Now that you see what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm kind of at this point, I think it's very hard to figure out what the truth is. And I am no problem telling all of you that I don't know, okay? Because every 5 seconds it seems to change. And yeah, and it kind of seems like a waste of time until we actually hear something concrete. God, but can we just stop it? Can we just stop it? Bad United States. Evil, bad United States. We're the baddies, okay? Can we stop doing evil wars of aggression with our little puppet state Israel, our little murderous regime over there? Okay. No, it is Weird Amorphous Blob. And I'm tired, guys. So Weird Amorphous Blob says the fog of war is laughing at us. I am tired of going online and seeing news articles and content creators acting like they know for certain what's happening over there when there's no way they know for certain because there's a fog of war happening. Both sides are giving different explanations of things. The media seems confused. Like, I don't know. Okay. And I know that for making content online, it's better if you sound certain all the time and that you have a take on everything. I ain't got a take this time. All I want is the war to end, and I want Iran to win, okay? I'm gonna say that again. I want Iran to win the war because they were the ones that were attacked, and I want the American empire to fall, okay? All right. Anyway, moving on. Whatever. I'm gonna get demonetized. Who the fuck cares? So we got the it's such doublethink. It really is. Okay. All right. Whatever. So can we move on from this shit? Can we have the war end now? Okay. And can the European countries not aid the United States? I know exactly, LaQual. Professor Jane seems to know everything all the time. Isn't that shocking? Yeah, what is that called, guys? The freaking what is that principle that the more you think you know, the less you know? I know, Maddie. I know. Doesn't it suck, Maddie? It does suck because it's also hard to see what the other actual news sites are saying because they have a bunch of paywalls. Okay. Thank you, Paul Squall. Dunning-Kruger. Okay. Dunning-Kruger, right? So yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect, where if you think, the more you think you know, the less you likely know. Has anyone heard that before? You know what? Let me just show you what I'm talking about for those who don't know really fast. Yeah, I know, Maddie Holmes, you're right. And it's capitalism sucks. And the fact that there is a money barrier to actually accessing good news sources is really frustrating. Okay, so just here's a circle, right? Imagine that this circle, everything in this circle is knowledge. Okay, knowledge. All right, sorry, it's hard to write with when you're using a mouse. Okay, knowledge. So everything within the circle. Absolutely, Maddie. It's both. Okay. So anything in the circle is knowledge, and then then outside that circle are things you don't know. Things things you don't know. Okay. So the Dunning-Kruger effect is this idea, okay? Imagine that this circle gets bigger over time. The more you learn, the bigger this circle becomes and the less that you don't know. All right. So, the bigger your circle of knowledge becomes, the less technically you don't know, I guess you could say, or I should say, not the less you don't know, but the more knowledge you get, the bigger the circle becomes, and it slowly fills in the things you don't know. Does that make sense? Okay. So, as that circle gets, if you have a small circle of knowledge, okay, you really can only see a little bit outside the circle, right? The circumference of the circle is small, so you think there's not that much you don't know, right? So because the circle, like if you don't know much, it make you feel like you know more than you actually do because there's a lot of things that you think, you see what I mean? There's a lot of things you think you know, and that there's little that you don't know, but it's an illusion because the more you know, the more you see that you don't know. Okay, I know this is confusing. That's the Dunning-Kruger effect. So, like, if you typically, and there's been actually like some studies on this, and I don't, it's not like deeply true. Okay, and that's not like necessarily scientific, is that like people who are more intelligent or more knowledgeable typically think they know less. Okay, they're not as confident in their knowledge, while people that are not that knowledgeable tend to be confident in their knowledge and certain that they're right. Okay, because of this, because people who know more see how much they don't know. I know that's weird, and it's kind of like a self-aggrandizing thing. Um, but yeah. So yeah, it's just a lot of times it annoys me when people say they're so certain about things that are very unclear because, how do you know? Okay. How do you know? There's so much that that at least I don't know. I know there's a lot that a lot of you guys don't know. So, okay. Anyway, that's the Dunning-Kruger effect. Moving on. Yeah, exactly, Paul Squall. It's like learning how big the universe is and realizing how very small we are compared to it. All right. So my whole thing here, guys, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. And I'm trained as a historian. I'm used to reading sources and looking at documents and finding out what the truth is. But even I am like, all the documents and sources I'm reading, they're saying different things. It's very unclear. All right. If this had happened 20 years ago, I might be able to give you a better sense of it using historical methods. But in the present, it's really difficult. Okay. So anyway, Whatever the case, America needs to stop its illegal war of aggression, et cetera, et cetera. War bad, hate it, hate it, hate it. Okay. And can the American empire fall already and stop doing this shit? Okay. Going on. Maddie Holmes, you say on what topic? Oh, what do you mean? What topic on, what did I do historical research on? You mean? Is that what you're asking, Maddie Holmes? Okay. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. How are you doing, Louise? Uh, hello, Brucey. By the way, hello, Brucey. What about being insecure about your intelligence? You severely underestimate your intelligence. Um, no. I'm sorry, Matty Holmes. You could have done. What I'm saying is, if this war had happened 20 years ago, I would, as a historian, have access to all the documents, and I'd be able to sort through them with the power of hindsight to better understand it. If that makes sense. Okay. Um, Okay, that's true. That's true, Weird Wars Bob. I literally was cooped up in a basement reading Nazi documents. I also did that in Germany too. Uh, okay. So, all right. Okay. We did have the Iraq War. Correct, Matty Holmes. That's my point. Is that today we much better understand the Iraq War as historians than people did at the time. At the time, people thought there had been, weapons of mass destruction, that a lot of people thought that the war was solely about oil, for example. There's all these things that we thought at the time that we now know as historians. Like this war, there were no weapons of mass destruction. There were clear amounts of lying happening in the administration, that the war wasn't only about oil, it had a large part to do with oil. And things like that. Okay. But you wouldn't have been able to tell that at the time if you read all the news sources at the time. As a matter of fact, uh, you see what I mean? As a matter of fact, there is like at the time that the Iraq War started, there was only like what, one or two news sources saying that we shouldn't do this because there are no weapons of mass destruction there. The rest of the news fell in line. A lot of the times, guys, historical events can only be fully understood after time has gone by. Um, okay, literally. So yeah. Okay. All right. Does that make sense? That's my historian's take. It also should be noted, one last note about that. If you, if a lot of times, by the way, after time has gone by, well, then you know it, Maddie. You know it. So do I, Maddie. I actually have a degree in anthropology and history, so I love archaeology. Um, by the way, once time has gone by the way, there's also less powerful people trying to mess with the record. Okay, not always, but if you let more time go by, there's possibly less political backlash to doing research, so it makes it easier to not get blowback for doing the research. So it's complicated. All right, Maddie Holmes, that's amazing. I love anthropologists. I wanted to be a forensic anthropologist, but I decided I preferred history. But I do love anthropology. I prefer cultural anthropology, Maddie Holmes, but love it. Okay. Brucey, like if there's less political change where you keep the same shit, you are still kept unaware. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Does this make sense? All right. So, okay, Lacroix. Okay, I know we're off track. Whatever. It's a Saturday. Lacroix says, "What's forensic anthropology entail?" So, forensic anthropology, um, in genetics with the emphasis on government corruption. So, there's no jobs and research. I get it, Maddie. I do. So, forensic anthropology, Lacroix, is where you use anthropology to solve crimes and things like that. For example, one kind, exactly. If anyone's seen the show Bones, if everyone's seen the show Bones, that's an example. There's also genetic anthropology, where you look at like genetics, things like that. Okay, yeah, okay. There's a bunch of different kinds of anthropology that do this. Yeah. All right. So, all right. I actually I got to do a summer thing where I went to a forensic anthropology field school, and it was really fun. Yeah, but I love anthropologists, by the way, Maddie Holmes. Okay. All right, moving on. So, um, yeah, I believe it, Maddie. I believe it. All right. My master's is in history. I was getting my PhD in history, but I didn't finish the PhD. But yeah, so I got you. All right. I'm sorry. I'm rambling. Let's see what else we have here. Right. By the way, well, I'm trying to see here. Building advanced redistricting. By the way, a lot of these Republicans doing redistricting and stuff is really ruining the Democrats' chances of winning really big during the midterms, because that's a classic trend in American history. When the Republicans feel that they're going to lose, instead of changing their positions so that they get more votes, they preferred to limit democracy so that there's less people that can not vote for them, if that makes sense, because they're fascist monsters. Okay, fascist monsters. All right. Okay. All right. So exactly, Mithril, right? Now, yeah, Mithril, a fool thinks he knows everything, but a wise man knows he knows nothing. Correct. Okay. All right. So let's go on here. Let me see what else we got. Okay, so that was New York Times. I don't see much of any interest going on here. Were there any updates, guys, on what's happening in the UK? Oh, look at the little monkeys. They're so cute. Look at the little monkeys. All right. Ooh, this is interesting. Ooh, let's look at this. Me when gerrymander's hilarious. Okay, the British electorate is splintering. Can its system stand the strain? Now, as always, guys, the New York Times is a mainstream source. It does have good articles. You just got to be careful about the commentary because it is a liberal right-wing source, okay? Liberals in this country are right of center. So it is a right-wing source, and it's particularly very pro-Israel a lot of the time, but it does have some really good articles. So again, whenever you read the news, we can't use blanket statements like this news source bad, this one good, except for in a few cases, right? Like Fox News, typically not good, okay? Especially when it comes to mainstream, non-insane news sources, you have to just be careful when you read them. Doesn't mean you can't read them, all right? All right, so Britain's electorate. Okay, I don't blame you, Word Blob. Hey, I get it. Okay, really. Britain's electorate is splintering. So what are they going to say here? If British voters, how dare you, Paul Squaw? Okay, if British voters wanted to send a message to Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Thursday's elections were practically a primal scream. Yeah, but Keir Starmer will look at that primal scream and just be like, "Huh? I'm not going to do anything." So, okay, scream all you want, folks. I don't think Starmer's going to hear you or care. Across England, Britain's ushered more than 1,300, that's insane, Reform UK candidates into municipal office, cementing the populist anti-immigration party of Nigel Farage as the new political force on the right. Oh, great. That's good. That's good news, guys. Happy Saturday. Okay, Mithril says Labour MP has said she will challenge Starmer unless a more senior MP decides to. Okay, that's good. I'm not sure how that works. Will that happen? Is that so, Louise? Okay. I would have to know. Yeah, of course, Maddie Holmes. Yeah, Nigel Farage is partially funded by Russia. Okay, guys. All right. As much as I hate Vladimir Putin, he's not stupid. Okay. We know for a fact that he by the way partially helped fund the Brexit thing too. He also funded there was some like secretive organizations linked to Russia that were helping push that. But also the he wasn't the main mover and pusher there, but Nigel Farage, he also helped out Nigel Farage because Putin knows how destructive these ideologies are for countries, okay? And how it makes them isolationist or not isolationist. It makes them it just causes problems, okay? So he knows what he's doing. Yep. He's trying to break apart Europe, essentially, Maddie, because that would, as you know, that would weaken Europe. And he views Europe as a threat, partially understandably, partially not. Okay. All right. So, okay. Okay. How dare you? That's hilarious, Bruce. Yeah, I'll read Sky News next time. Louise says Keir Starmer's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Apparently, Starmer is bringing in Gordon Brown and Harriet Harman to help restructure the party. Interesting. Okay. Guys, how do of course, Maddie, undermine the US government. How does that work, Louise? When this happens, uh what's the term here? How does that happen? Does the party or do the parliamentarians who are labor do a vote or something? How do they determine how can they kick him out by force? Would it just be them having a talk with him? I'm just making sure I understand how the UK political system works on this way. Mithril says Farage took 5 million from crypto bro. The media barely covered it. He's more than just a bit of a problem. Oh, I know, Mithril. He's a very big problem. You always know I speak in exaggerations. I understate things. Okay. So anyway, at the same time, left-leaning voters shouted their dismay. Um, Oh gosh, I've met Timothy Snyder, Matty Holmes. I love Timothy Snyder. So I'm kind of disappointed with him though, because he fled the country and he fled to Canada, even though he's a fascism expert. And I feel like fascism experts should stay in the country at the moment. But okay, I highly recommend reading Road to. Yep, it's very good. Road to Unfreedom is very good. Okay, I've read it. I've read most of his books. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, at the same time, left-leaning voters shouted their dismay with Starmer on social and economic inequality. All right. Palestinian rights and his hardline approach to immigration by ousting about 1,400 members of his Labor Party from local councils and voting for an insurgent Green Party. Yay! See, now that is good news, but this is the same thing we normally see when it comes to radicalization. In Wales, Labour lost control of the national parliament. Jesus. In Scotland, the party's waning influence dimmed further as the Scottish National Party remained dominant and Labour tied for second place with Reform. Oh my God, that's humiliating. Okay, so Louise, he'll have a vote of no confidence for him to start proceedings, I think. I don't know exactly. Got you, Louise. Interesting. All right. What about Matt Saigai? Oh yeah, Matt Saigai, he seems to know better, doesn't he? Or he seems to know really well. Are you even here, Matt Saigai? You abandoned us. Are you still here, Matt Saigai? $10 says Matt Saigai is over in Hassan's stream right now. I bet Matt Saigai's over in Hassan's stream. Okay, that traitor. All right. Okay, let's go on. Yeah. All right. So that's disastrous, very disastrous news out of the UK. Yeah, he does hate us, okay? This is the only cult you're allowed to be a part of, okay? You're not allowed to be a part any other cult. Okay, real Brucey says, "Why would you watch Hassan if he doesn't engage with you?" I know exactly, Brucey. Good question, Brucey. Brucey, you get a boop. If I can find my jester stick, my Marat. Where's my Marat? I need a real Marat, by the way. This one's plastic and stupid. Well, Brucey, you get a boop. Boop! Right? You're right. Yeah, why would you watch Hassan if he doesn't engage with you? Okay, anyway. Watch who you want to, folks. Okay, fuck you. I don't care. So these Trump talking points about Iran war have been unshakable. What? This is hilarious. Okay, I'm sorry. This is hilarious. Look at this headline from CNN. Okay, well, I'm sorry. This subscript. You can barely see it. I bet it says while White House messaging on the war has been ineffective. Yeah, no shit. No shit. All right, they've like changed their mind constantly. All right. Okay, so there's that news. Let's see what else we have. CBS. No, not that. What am I doing? CBS? What did I do? How did I do that wrong? Okay, let's just see what ABC is saying. Who knows? I'm just curious. We're just going through, guys, some news sites. We're just taking a look at what's happening in the world. Oh, hantavirus. I haven't looked up anything about this. I really don't care. I know I should care, but I don't care. Mayflower Kid, are you here? Should I care? Should I care about the hantavirus stuff? Because the impression I get is that hantavirus can't spread that easily, and the media loves freaking out about any kind of little illness that takes place. I know it's not a little illness, but like the media always has a goddamn like circle jerk whenever there's like an outbreak of something. Yeah, I didn't think so, Mayflower Kid. There's nothing I need to worry about, right? Okay. Yeah, like I don't know why this is like people get so scared and obsessed with like these outbreaks of these certain illnesses. And by the way, I'm not saying that like COVID was definitely important to cover. We're not talking like a massive pandemic here. We're talking about an outbreak of a virus that doesn't spread very easily, and people love it. It's like very dark news. People love that shit. They like when Ebola came to the United States, everyone freaked out, even though Ebola barely spreads. It's a very difficult disease to spread, especially if you're not in like the global South. It's not very easy to spread. And even in the global south, it's not that easy to spread because it spreads by blood, which means unless you're like spraying blood or bodily fluids into your face, mouth, eyes, ears, nose, you're not going to get it. You know what? It doesn't matter. I'm sick of hearing about the hantavirus. I'm very sad that people died, maybe. Okay. Yeah, okay. Human to human contact. Yeah, yeah. But Doug, like it's not that big of a deal. Okay. Like I see no whatever. Okay. Um, I don't see it. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I
And
could
for
be
more on
wrong.
all of this, let's bring in
If it suddenly like mutates and suddenly starts spreading across every goddamn human on the planet, then maybe I'll start worrying more. Okay. I'm just not that worried about it. All right. Who knows? Okay, whatever. You know what? Let's watch. What is ABC saying about it?
Dr. Amish Adalja, the senior
Hello,
scholar
Ice. So
over
glad
at the
you're
Johns
here.
Hopkins Center for Health Security.
Let's see what
Doctor,
John
thank
Hopkins
you so
is
much
saying.
for joining us here. This situation is reminding so many people about those early days of 2020 with COVID-19 when it was starting to spread. This
I know, I'm horrible
situation,
over there,
though,
lady.
is very different, right?
Exactly. These are completely distinct viruses. This is not an efficiently spreading respiratory virus the way COVID was. So there's a whole different concept of operations going on here, and there's a whole different trajectory. This is something that will be contained. Yes, it's garnering headlines. Yes, it's scary.
Gotcha,
and
Mayflower
it is
kid.
a deadly virus, but it's not a very transmissible virus. And
Oh yeah, exactly. It's not that big of. It's not a transmissible. That's my point. And Mayflower Kid just confirmed it. Mayflower Kid was an infectious disease specialist. So I'm just saying.
tried and true public
Yeah,
health.
exactly, Paul Squaw. Yeah, monkeypox was so much more dangerous. That's a funny point, Paul Squaw. Guys, do you remember when there was an outbreak of monkeypox? Do you remember what population that mainly affected? Does anyone remember when there was an outbreak of monkeypox? Do we remember what population that mainly affected? Gay men. Why do you think no one gave a shit? Why do you think the media didn't care that much about it? All right. This is an ongoing trend, by the way. I Okay, this is an ongoing trend whereby there's an outbreak of a virus that affects gay people especially, okay? And then people don't care or like they don't it's just like, "Oh, well, yeah, of course, those gays are dirty. They spread diseases around." I'm kind of exaggerating. Monkeypox isn't necessarily that deadly, okay? But like, it spread a lot quicker than hantavirus. Um Anyway, no, the mods don't hate you. The mods don't hate you, Brucey. The self like the automatic modding is like annoying. Okay, yeah, nothing to worry about. All right, so don't worry about the hantavirus. You will know if you have to worry about it because it'll become a big problem. But right now, it's nothing to panic about.
Principles that will put this outbreak to a stop. It is not an epidemic or pandemic threat.
And I know you say that, but when we hear about, how this virus spreads through rodents and things like that, I think a lot of people are sort of scratching their head.
Seriously, Lacroix, I'm going to do a presentation sometime on that. Lacroix said, remember the Reagan administration reaction to AIDS? They literally laughed about it. Yeah, no, literally laughed about it. They literally laughed about it. They're like, when they'd be asked about it by the media, they'd kind of giggle it off. Okay, they literally laughed about it because they're demons. Yeah, because they don't care. When it comes to gay people, folks, there is an idea in the LGBT community generally there's an idea that gay people, LGBTQ folks are hypersexual. Okay, hypersexual, and that they're dirty, and that of course they're going to spread diseases. That's what they do. They're gay people. They spread diseases. They're sinners. They're gross. They spread diseases, and it's kind of implied. Like that's kind of the assumption. So, and people don't care about dying gay people, especially in the 80s. They didn't. So yeah. Okay. When there's diseases spreading around, guys. Well, let me give you an example here. All right. Of course they can. Straight people can also get HIV, but when it came out, the HIV came to the United States, it was brought here by a bisexual, as far as we know, a bisexual flight attendant, and he engaged in coitus with a man, and so it kind of spread amongst the gay community a lot, just because that's how it had been introduced, as far as we know. We're not sure. Don't quote me on all this. But yeah, it also spread in the straight community, but it definitely started. It was entered into the gay community. But elsewhere around the world, guys, it is like mainly a straight person disease. Okay, like it's mainly African women who get infected with. If you look at demographics, African women are far more likely to get HIV than any gay person. Africans in general, both men, women, straight, gay, whatever. Um, so exactly, Brucey, but that's the assumption, right? That's sort of the idea in people's head that gay folks are hypersexual and spread diseases. And I got to tell you, there was recently, did any of the straight people in here hear about like the massive outbreak of syphilis that was happening recently? Okay. There was a massive outbreak of syphilis across multiple US states and cities. And it was spreading mainly amongst like, well, it was spreading amongst straight people, but yeah. And did anyone, yeah, you heard about that Mayflower kid? Okay. So you would know Mayflower Kid, but yeah, exactly, Paul Squaw. Now, here's the thing. What you guys don't know about this syphilis outbreak is that before that, there was a massive outbreak amongst gay folks, okay? And it was like really centered in the gay community because that's where it sort of started spreading. In Indianapolis, especially, which is where I was living, there it was massively spreading around, and now it is now all amongst the straight people too. But no one talked about it when it was amongst the gay people. Now suddenly that it's spreading to straight people, more people seem to know about it because no one really cares unless it's them that's being affected. But anyway, it's whatever. And that's not your guy. It's not the straight people's fault. They like people literally weren't talking about it. It was only being told to the gay community. No one really talked about it. Okay. Hello, Dolly Boy. How's it going? It's going well, Dolly Boy. There you go, Ice. That'll do it. Okay. All right, let's go on. I'm rambling. We'll get back to the politics of sexually transmitted diseases. Okay. Yeah, it can be, Dodongo. Syphilis can be easily cured with an antibiotic, but it is extremely dangerous because you better catch it early. If you don't catch the syphilis early, it can do permanent brain damage, literally. Although you can cure syphilis, you can never, you always better catch it early. Okay. Do your best to catch it early. Am I right about that? I'm sorry, Mayflower Kid. Whenever we talk about medicine, I turn to you. You're not on the clock. But like, right? If you don't if you don't catch it early, so it's important to tell people when this is happening, regardless of who it's happening to. Okay. All right. All right. So let's go on.
And saying, well, how is this happening there on a cruise ship, for example? Because we know that the hantavirus isn't a new pathogen.
Yeah, Mayflower.
But have we seen an outbreak of this scale before?
We've seen bigger outbreaks of the Andes version of hantavirus before, including in Argentina, where there was an outbreak related to a birthday party several years ago. So this isn't something new. The virus is still behaving exactly as we would expect it. The fact that it's a rodent virus, that tells you how it got into a human. It got into that initial person who was bird watching in South America, and this is an endemic virus in South America, in Argentina, which is at high season right now. That person got on the ship and infected other people that they were in close contact with. This isn't something that spreads very easily. So it's nothing like COVID. And the fact that the cruise ship is involved is kind of an accident of this whole thing. It's really not related to the cruise ship at all. It's related to the fact that this man got infected with the Andes virus, which has been known to spread from person to person and infected other people in this closed, cloistered environment. The virus, there's no change in the virus's dynamics. It's still behaving as we would expect Andes virus to behave.
So that's a relief. I think.
So to be clear, guys, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I feel bad for the people on that cruise ship. I do. That's horrifying. But this is a story that is more about getting views because it's a scary thing and people like these horror stories. But I don't want anyone to be too worried about it. Okay, literally, don't be too worried about it. The fear mongering props up ratings. Okay, this is not something. Now, if this were COVID, I would be screaming like "Everyone run," but it's not. It's not that big of a deal so far. Okay, yeah. Okay. So there, we're gonna move on from that story. So you sent us here something, Louise. Let's take a look at it. Oh, you're actually right, Philly Cheese. It could also be a way for people to pump the story and the bets on Polymarket. I can't believe we actually have to consider that as an option these days, Philly Cheese. You're right. Okay.
The idea that this Labour government offers any kind of...
Okay, so this is, I agree. That would be fantastic with Moore's Blob. If you guys want to read a really good book, by the way, that is a horror story about the Ebola virus, read The Hot Zone. Okay. Oh, it is, Brucey. At least in the United States, it is. Polymarket is very mainstream at this point. Okay. You should read the book The Hot Zone by Richard Preston. It is one of the most terrifying books I have ever read. And it goes into grueling detail about the effects of Ebola virus and when it came to the rest in Virginia accidentally. So read The Hot Zone. It'll disturb you forever, okay? All right, so let's watch this. This was sent to us by Louise.
Progressive politics, I think, is for the birds.
Zach Polanski's point was spot on as well, in the sense that under Keir Starmer, the Labour Party is not seen as a centre-left progressive party. You know, you can only tell so many times you can tell people, you know where the door is. There's only so many times the Home Secretary can tell people to pee off. There's only so many times Labour MPs can say, or Labour sources can say, shaking off the fleas. Well, you've got your way. You've achieved that outcome, and your voters have left. So, it's a dire situation.
The idea that this Labour government offers any kind of progressive politics, I think, is for the birds.
Yes. Okay, that's very true. Clive Lewis. I like his face. You can tell how inspired he is, or how upset he is with the Labour government. I totally feel that. I totally feel that. Okay, that was a great one, Louise. Thank you. All right. Yeah, that's hilarious, Dodongo. To be clear, Dodongo, yeah, Ebola virus is horrific. It kind of, how do I frame this? This isn't going to be an accurate description, but it's a kind of true. It's not like scientific, but it kind of turns your body into soup. Like it kind of turns a lot of your internal organs into like a liquidy soup. And so that you're basically this giant vessel of virus, because it like liquefies your internal organs and then turns them into itself. It's a really gross thing, Ebola virus. Luckily, it doesn't spread that easily. It's very dangerous to contract. It has a very, very high rate of death, especially in places that don't have access to suitable medical care. But yeah, as long as if you're kept under supervision and you're kept well hydrated and things like that, it doesn't have to be fatal. It still has a really high rate of fatality, though. For a long time, it had like a fatality rate of something like 80 to 90%. That is horrific, okay? Depending on which strain we're looking at. But Ebola virus is terrifying. Let's put it that way. But again, it doesn't spread that easily. So, all right. I will say this, though, guys. I know I'm going off this rant on Ebola virus randomly. It's Saturday. Don't we want to learn about Ebola virus? I will say this, though, okay? The one thing that's interesting about Ebola virus is, though, even though it is hard to spread because you have to basically take in someone's bodily fluids that already has it, it makes you like bleed out of every orifice, like basically. Okay, I'm kind of exaggerating, but not really. It makes you bleed out of everywhere. So you're like oozing over everything, which then makes it easier to transmit it to people if you don't have proper protective equipment. But anyway, okay, I'll stop. This is gross. Elevator lady, I'm so sorry. I forgot. Elevator lady, I know, isn't a fan of talking about things like this. My apologies. Okay, let's go on. Okay. Elevator lady probably already left. I don't blame her. Okay, let's go on. All right. Yeah, it's gross. It's a filovirus, which means it is a string-shaped virus. Okay. Yeah. Okay, you didn't. Okay, elevator lady. I'm sorry. I just remembered that you're in here, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to horrify because okay. All right, Mayflower Kid. Ebola oppresses the immune system, causes a cytokine storm, and causes widespread vascular damage. Yeah. Okay. Yes, most viruses have I know we're talking about viruses, guy. I've always said that if I were in the science field, in like a biological science field other than biological anthropology or whatever, I would have done virology because I think viruses are super interesting. Okay. Retroviruses are really cool, for example. Anyway, so let's go on. Oh, you know what? While we're here, why not? Okay, Icer, we'll take a look at it. While we're here, I just found this short little video. Our favorite Democrat is on the screen. This is Kamala Harris calls Iran war bullshit. Okay, oh, how strong. Let's see what Kamala Harris has to say about the war in Iran. Okay, I know we all care. I know we all care deeply about Kamala Harris's opinion on this. I'm just curious about what she has to say because she's apparently thinking of running for president again. God help us all.
When you look at this war in Iran, which the American people do not want, which was not authorized by conference, but even if it was, it should not have been initiated. He talked about obliterating, and then he said, oh, he did. It's all just...
Okay. Well, wow, how strong of her. How strong of her. She's so strong. I am old enough to be president, but thank you for thinking that I'm not. Okay. Wow. Yay. How powerful and strong of her that she said that's bullshit. Couldn't she have at least used the F word there and been like, it's fucking bullshit? Like, if you're going to make it sound like you're strong because you're cool, like, you know, if you're going to try to make yourself sound strong by cursing, can you at least use a better curse word there? Okay. Yes, I am 36, by the way. I am 36, so I can be president because you can be 35 to be you have to be 35 to be a president, unfortunately. Okay, so, all right, I'm near death. Okay, yes, Oop, you said retrovirus. The creationists are going to flood in. Oh my God, I hope so. Bring them in. Let's have a fight. Louise, hasn't AOC announced she is throwing her hat into the ring? I don't think so. I thought she said that she might run for Senate. Am I wrong, guys? Let's take a look here. I know you are, Ice. I know. I'm jealous. I wish I were in my 20s. I'm going to steal your adrenochrome, Ice, and I'm going to inject it into myself so I can live forever. Invalid Axiom. Hi, I'm a creationist. I'm not surprised, Invalid Axiom. Okay. All right. God, Rusi. All right. So, wow, she said, I know. Oh, my God. All right. It's fucking bullshit. But what really annoys me, guys, honestly, Kamala Harris is going to Kamala Harris. What really bothers me is how the audience reacted. Okay? That all these libs in this audience are just think that that's based, right? They're like, oh my God, she said bullshit. Whoa. And did you hear how much they screamed and screamed for her as if her words mean anything? Okay? Can we, like, so gullible. All right. Anyway, let's go on, shall we? Yeah, you're right. If there was MAGA, and guys, I do believe that there's blue MAGA. Okay, I think a lot of libs, a lot of corpo dems are like a blue MAGA type group, and they're not like as evil as MAGA in a lot of ways, but they're like a cult still, like this blind obedience. There's definitely a blue MAGA, and we're like, oh, let's cheer no matter what. LaCroix, I hate you so much. LaCroix says, we must defeat fascism in the marketplace of ideas. That'll work, LaCroix, right? The fascists are such bullshit. And then they all cheer for her. Okay, pity you weren't so strong in 2024, Kamala, right? Okay. All right, I'm just depressed. Okay, I'm so depressed about this. Okay. All right, let's go on. Let's see what else we got here. I don't know. What else can we watch? You know what? Let me see what we have over on. Yeah, I'm speaking. God, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay. Oh my God. Mr. King K. Are you here, Mr. King K? You always sound me the most depressing shit, and I appreciate it. Ooh, Clumsy Mumsy sent a lot of good stuff too. I should say Louise did. You know what? Let's watch this one from Fetty first, and then we'll go back to some of Louise's.
What we've done here is establish.
Rather be dealing with blue MAGA. Oh, I know Trump failed, but it's still a blue MAGA, right? And they're going to, they don't understand that if they keep going down this path, they're enabling the fascists, okay? We will keep having the red MAGA until we also fix the blue MAGA to some extent, or at least weaken them to the point where they don't do shit. Okay. Okay, let's watch this. I know, I heard he did. That's hilarious. So let's watch. This is sent to us from, who sent this? Fetty? Fetty sent to us the hostile white folks putting themselves on reservations is exactly what we need. Okay, I like this.
What we've done here is establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, you know, our culture. White American culture.
This is easily the best idea that people have had in at least 100 years.
That's right. I will say, I approve of the white nationalists forming their own little encampments and isolating themselves from the rest of us. Please, go ahead. Okay?
As a certified, bona fide, card-carrying, chop-the-cope-piscataway Indian, shut up! I think it's a fantastic idea to take the hostile and put them on a reservation. I mean, just think about it. Their way of life is dying out. Just hating people for no reason, drinking raw milk, no vaccines, receding into the deepest recesses of history.
While the men do the physical labor, the women take care of the children who live here full time.
We ought to do something to preserve at least a fraction of it.
Their way of life is confusing, but it feels almost noble.
They can have their own laws, they can have their own religion, and if they leave, then it's get your white ass back over there.
Hilarious. Okay, hilarious.
Ken Griffin.
That's very funny. Okay. I agree. I support this. At least like self-imposed reservations. Okay. God, I hate all of you. Okay, yeah, straight out of the udder. Like Thatcher, I know, right? Okay. We did, Brazil. We watched the longer video that he was looking at, but we didn't see this clip, if that makes sense. We didn't see him reacting to it. Whenever I see a majority report, I always think minority report, and I get it mixed up because of the movie. Anyway, okay. So let's see here. What else we got here? We got, you know what? Let's watch this. I'm really fascinated with what's happening in the UK, so I keep going back to it, I know. This is John McDonnell saying Labour's very existence is threatened. I mean, I would hope if, you know, I'm not saying that I'm not saying I'd be sad about that. I'm just, maybe it'd be nice if that happened. I'd be okay with that if the people who were voting for Labour end up voting for the Greens. The problem is I worry that a lot of the Labour voters will end up going for the Tories or the Lib Dems or whatever else, okay, or Reform if Labour doesn't exist. So I don't know I'm not sure how to deal with this. It'd be nice if they didn't exist. It'd be nice if the Greens existed, but this is, I don't know. Okay, let's see.
The worst nightmare, actually, in terms of politics this year.
Your worst nightmare?
Electorally, it is, yeah. Because we lose our base to win elections.
Worse than 2019?
Gotcha, Mithril, thank you.
I think so, in terms of, look, we got hammered then, and I was part of that, but we thought, well, we'll pick ourselves up. I supported Becky Long-Bailey to be leader. She didn't get it. Keir got it. And I said, he's democratically elected, therefore give this man his chance and all the rest of it. We win that election on the basis of promising change. Now the level of disillusionment means this isn't just a risk to losing a Labour government. We could lose the Labour Party. Now, that sounds like an exaggeration, but if you look at what's happening to us, we're losing our base within the community. Our membership has dropped at least by half.
Don't worry, Louise, Mithril, Dolly Boy, etc. Don't worry. What are some of the MPs saying? They should just go further to the right, okay? They should just move closer to Reform and the Tories. That's the way out of this. They need to be more like the right wing, okay?
People who are going out and working on the ground are no longer there. Once you start losing that grassroots base of your organisation and structure, you're threatened in your very existence.
Oh, I know, Paul Squall, right?
A lovely sunny day in London. And
right, it worked for the Democrats and Alan Valid Axiom, too. Okay, don't tell Mayflower Kid about my predilections. Hilarious. No, I know, Louise. I know McDonnell was left, but I'm saying he's talking about the Labour Party and how, like, the current Labour Party isn't doing what its base wants. And I'm joking that a lot of Labour people keep seeming to think that they need to go further right as opposed to maybe going to the left to get more votes. All right. Okay. God damn it. So depressing. So depressing. Oh, this actually looks good. Starmer resists calls to resign. This is from 4 hours ago. Let's watch it. This is Al Jazeera.
a lovely sunny day in London, and there's little evidence of the electoral earthquake that struck 2 days ago, sweeping away what remained of the traditional Labour Conservative duopoly of power. This city, this country, now a deeply fragmented, bitterly contested multi-party democracy, and a catastrophic result in particular for the governing Labour Party, for the Prime Minister Keir Starmer, some say governing in name only, having lost dozens of local councils, having suffered a historic defeat at devolved government level in Wales, losing big support in Scotland as well, and Starmer himself losing
Okay, Drusilla, you're saying, is it just my YouTube chat that sometimes stops showing new messages? Drusilla, do you have it on live chat? Okay, I keep noticing you saying this. I don't know if there's something going on with yours or if it's a setting I have, but maybe you don't have it on live chat because I don't actually. I'm trying to see if you're even appeared. It didn't appear. What? Yeah, Drusilla, this is weird. I literally don't see it in my chat. Yeah, it's not appearing on the screen. I don't know what's happening there, Drusilla. Is it just my YouTube chat that has sometimes stopped showing new messages? That's so weird, Drusilla. You're right. It's not appearing in the multi-chat. I have no idea why. Huh. Yeah, but so Drusilla, I will say, that's so weird, Drusilla. Maybe Drusilla, you could go over to Twitch, Drusilla. It's much less likely to do it over there, I'm guessing. I don't know what's happening with YouTube. It's stupid, okay?
The support of a number of his own MPs, more and more of whom are now willing to speak out against him. Here's a flavour of why.
I think they're completely out of touch. I don't think they have any sense really of what's happening on the ground. I mean, it's a very different ground in Hackney compared to, say, the north, but there's no sense really of a connection, with populations in various forms of need at this point in time.
I think that they're disillusioned with Starmer and I think that Reform are put quite strong at the moment and they're being pushed forward because of the economic crisis and migration and all of that.
I love it. It looks like at least these two people know what's up, right?
That sort of thing.
I honestly don't know what they can do to recover. I think the awful Farage has divided the country so much, and with his lies and everything.
That's a lib take, okay? Again, guys, we have to be careful that we don't blame. I don't like Farage, mind you. But Farage is just a symptom of a problem, okay? Farage is exploiting a underlying problem, and that's the economic problem that's happening in the UK, okay? That's the Israel and Palestine is being, the Labour's failure to do anything about that. He is exploiting an underlying problem. He is a symptom. He is not the problem. Does this make sense? And I've said this before about Drusilla's here. Hello. I've said this before about Trump too, right? Trump is a symptom. He is not the problem, okay? He is a problem, but he's not the problem. He's a symptom of the problem, okay? Does that make sense? So that last woman understood that. Okay, the last one we heard, just listened to, obviously understood that, okay?
I think he's on a roll, and I think we're coming for a disaster.
This is the Labour stronghold of Hackney in East London, or at least it used to be. The local council and the mayor's seat won instead by the Greens. It used to be that Labour commanded strong support across London, but that's changed too.
Yes, absolutely, Louise. You're right, and I will say, Louise. Okay, so I'm kind of I'm oversimplifying. Thank you, Lacroix, for doing that for Drusilla. I'm oversimplifying here because let me give you an example. Okay, Hitler. Who would have thought that I'm going to go talk about Hitler? Hitler was very definitely helped in this because he was and the rise of fascism in Germany because he was very charismatic. Okay, he exploited a situation, and it's unclear if someone would have been able to do exactly what he did. I suspect someone would have eventually. So there is a part of Farage that is a key part to this, and he's definitely made it worse. That being said, it could also be that someone else would do worse, would make it worse than he does even. And it could be that someone wouldn't be as bad as him. But overall, the fundamental, the garden bedding that allows this horror to grow is the economy and the political system, as it is working right now. Okay. So yes, but Farage definitely a part of this, but again, more of a symptom, not the underlying cause.
Now, as in the national picture between the right and the left, its principal challengers, the Reform Party and the Greens. So as Labour tries to work out what went so badly wrong, many fingers...
Oh my God, look at all these Muscular men, Jesus.
Point at Prime Minister Keir Starmer, widely seen as politically unsavvy, lacking in vision, unable to carry the country with him. There's real pressure on him to resign or set out a timetable for his departure, something Starmer says he won't do. Instead, he says he'll set out a new agenda for change in a big speech in the week to come. But few believe that.
Oh, wow. Oh my God, I love that. That is so lived up. Okay, don't worry, guys. He's going to be giving a speech soon. He's going to give a speech about what they're going to do next.
Calm the bulging ranks of his critics. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera, London.
Did he say bulging and then look back at the people behind him who were bulging their muscles out? Did you see that? That was kind of silly. Did you see that? He's like, the bulging ranks. That was funny. Okay. Yeah, that was kind of funny to me. Trying to look like a gym bunny before 30. Exactly. Okay. Hilarious. Hilarious. All right. So that's good. No good. Yeah, that was definitely a double entendre. He's worse than you. I am not that bad, Drizella. Yeah, I know. I'm a toxic male who's always making commentary about attractive men. I know. Whatever. It's fine. Okay. It happens. So, I'm only human, folks. Really, I'm the victim here. I was born this way, okay? God wants me to be this way. Valid axiom. Okay, I know. Thank you, Drizella. I am very sad. Yeah, the bulging men asked for it. I agree, okay? The bulging men are to blame for this. All right, okay, you know what, guys? It's fine. It's fine. How dare you, Ice? It is true. Let's go on here. They did ask for it. They shouldn't have been. Okay, I'm joking, guys. Please. I shouldn't make a joke like this. I don't care. I'm gonna do it anyway. Excuse me. It's not my fault they chose to be dressed that way. They were asking for it. Maybe if they wore more clothing. Do you see the commentary I'm having there? Okay. Anyway. Yeah. So let's go on. About how women are treated. Okay, you guys get it. Moving on. So let's go. Okay. Yes, I am a little princess and I am totally innocent. Okay. All right. So all those poor men being oppressed. All right. So. Ooh, that looks kind of fun.
I'm Mr. Beat, and I like to consider myself.
Here we have a new video by Mr. Beat. Valid axiom, I hate you. Okay. So Discord Media Duke Nuke. Yeah, okay. So this is a Mr. Beat video. I just saw it in my recommended. It says that you're in one of these 4 groups. And it looks like it's a video about different political affiliations within the United States, maybe. And I suspect, what did I do, Weird Amorphous Blob? What did I do? Okay. What did I say, Weird Amorphous Blob? You're right, Mr. Beat. Did I say Mr. Beast? I don't know. Whatever, Mr. Beat. So Mr. Beat is, this is a video where he says you're in one of these 4 groups, and I'm guessing he's talking about 4 different affiliations in the U.S. I would bet, guys, he's not going to include socialists. But I know, I'm sorry, Weird Amorphous Blob. I can't help it. So let's watch him and let's disagree with him because I have a feeling I'm majorly going to disagree with him. Do you remember how in the last video we watched of Mr. Beat, he said America had never been authoritarian and I couldn't stop laughing? So okay. So let's just see here. I'm sorry, Weird Amorphous Blob, but I wanted to see what he has to say. So you're all going to have to live with it through me. Okay, good, Weird Amorphous Blob. I want to give you flashbacks. I want you to have trauma flashbacks because of this. Okay. Your suffering brings me joy. All right, let's watch.
Myself and a bit of a as well. Huh? I'm sorry to censor myself, but I don't want to ruin the surprise.
There are 4 types of political groups that every single human being on the planet is a member of, whether they realize it.
Okay, I just sped it up a bit, don't worry.
Or not.
In this video, I'm going to explain those 4 political groups. Hey, punk. I thought I told you to start a country in Antarctica. I did.
He's also history teacher coded in that he's very wholesome and tries to be funny in a wholesome way, and it kind of flops.
It's done. Marie Birdland. Beatlandia. Oh. Well, thank you. Why are you here? I'm here to ask you what a political group is. What's a political group? A political group is
a group that forms in response to politics.
Okay.
What's politics again? How the power of government is distributed.
More broadly speaking.
No, okay, I'm okay with it, but like, that's a very simplistic understanding of politics. Okay, it is. And I get that when you're a history teacher, you have to come up with, like, trust me, I know this from experience. You have to come up with a set definition so that your students can understand it at a basic level. And then you hope that when they go on to college, they get a more complicated understanding of it because there's only so much time you have. But politics is much more than just how power is distributed in a government. Okay. You see what I mean? It is. It's a lot more than that. There's still massive debates today in academia about what exactly politics is. One might say almost everything has to do with politics in a certain way. I would basically define it as politics is, God, I don't know how I would define it. It has to do with power. Okay, how power is what I think I gave you guys a definition. What we do collectively, who we decide who has power, how power operates. It has to do with power, okay? People don't like the word power because it has a negative connotation, but that's how humans operate. I'm sorry. There's a lot of power relations in society. You know what? Whatever. We'll go on. I'm rambling.
How power is distributed between people, period. That's why I always loved the old quote. Just because you don't take an interest in politics doesn't mean politics won't take an interest in you.
I don't care about politics.
I don't want to get political.
Well, let's not get into a political discussion here.
Let's not talk politics in the office, okay?
Okay, no more.
Yeah, Paul Squaw, exactly. You know it, Paul Squaw. Paul Squaw says, well, liberals don't like talking about power. That's why they always lose. And guys, that's why I did a presentation on Machiavelli. Do you remember when I did that? Because we don't like talking about power. Like liberals don't like talking about power. They think like they have this kind of like, oh, power. Oh my goodness, that's so immoral and bad. Okay, it's all about helping people, or it's all about like doing what's right and stuff. That's not how powers work. That's not how power works. All right, and Machiavelli understood this. And you cannot, if you want to win in politics, if you want to do very good things in politics, you have to understand and use power, okay? And that includes doing things that you might kind of not be a fan of, all right? And if you really care about achieving what you set out to achieve, you will do those things. I am not saying that you need to go crazy with it, but as I said before, guys, if I, for example, okay, random question, thoughts on Gramsci's interpretation and use of Machiavelli. Weird Amorphous Blob, I can't remember what his take on Machiavelli is. I like Gramsci, excuse me, but I can't remember his exact take on Machiavelli. Regardless, could you tell me, Weird Amorphous Blob? Regardless, for example, if I were president, okay, if I were president, I would gladly call out my own colleagues, and then ask the American public to help me sway them to vote in certain ways. What do I mean by that? Well, let's say I'd say, okay, we need to pass universal health care. By the way, Joe Manchin, I would get in front of a camera and on a mic and say to the press using the bully pulpit saying, hey, I want to pass this for all of you. I want you all to have health care and I want it to be free. And I want, I want to improve your lives. Unfortunately, a few of my Democratic colleagues, I'm assuming I'd be a member of the Democratic Party, but maybe not. A few of the Democrats are receiving this amount of donations from the healthcare industry, and I'd put up a sign being like, this is how much he's receiving, she's receiving, they're receiving. And they are unilaterally stopping you guys from getting what you want, so I need your help to pressure them, to get them to vote in the right way, okay? Call their offices, protest outside their homes, do whatever you need to do. Help me get this for you guys, all right? Now, that might be dangerous. I admit that might be dangerous because God knows what some of these people might do that are protesting. You see what I mean? But that's how you do politics, okay? You need to use your power effectively, and you might need to do things that are dangerous or whatever, or might not be the best. Okay, I know maybe invalid axiom. I might be CIA'd if I did that. But like that is what you could do, and this is why. And that's a weaker example. Okay, that's a weaker example of something you could do, using the bully pulpit, calling out your colleagues. You could also do something like literally organizing a protest and leading it. Okay, as a president, can you imagine doing that? Leading a massive protest of Democratic constituents, and having them march. And you lead it as the president. and calling out your colleagues by name, I mean, my God, that's pressure, okay? Like there are things you could do that aren't crazy that are using power, okay? Now, there are other things too. I'm talking about softer things, but the liberals need to get their mind around that. They need to understand that we can't just kind of like, you know, be constantly about civility and constantly about being nice and things like that and respecting your colleagues. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I don't give a fuck.
Politics. I don't want to talk about politics anymore.
The people who say, I don't want to make this political, are so cringe. Look, man, we can't escape politics. Politics is everywhere, and every day we are constantly affected by it. So anyway, I've noticed that throughout history, 4 groups tend to naturally form in response to politics.
It's worth noting that this is something I've come up with on my own.
Good boy. If you're a political scientist watching this and you're like, well, that just sounds like blah, blah, blah. Well, then please let me know in the comments about that.
But also remember that I wrote this script not knowing anything about blah, blah, blah. So don't call me an idiot, please. All right, here are the 4 political groups. You're holding up 5 fingers.
Obviously, guys, I want to say from what I just talked about what I would do as president, I don't really, that's not like, you know, I don't really want to keep the current system we have. So it's not like I'd be overjoyed as having to be a president working through a system like that. But you get my point, right? If I had to stay within the system, that's what I would do. Okay, whatever. Moving on.
Thumb's not a finger. Conservatives generally seek to keep things the same.
They seek to preserve what's good in the existing order. Now, that doesn't mean they aren't for some change, but conservatives want caution, slow evolution, incremental reform, not rapid revolution.
Oh, crap.
The key thing here is that so when you say that they want, it depends on conservative for what? Who controls the power of the country? In this case, it's the elites. So in the United States, it's the elites. So if a conservative in the United States, it's not that they want to keep up the power of the American people or they want to keep the system going in like a democratic way. It's that they want to conserve the power and traditional status of the elites, okay? So just to clarify, we have to be clear about what they are conserving because who they represent are the elites, okay?
Am I starting to rap? They want caution, slow evolution, incremental reform, not rapid revolution.
They don't, invalid axiom. Also, other traditional parts of power like whiteness and things like that, patriarchy, they want to conserve all of that. Exactly, elevator lady, exactly. You're right.
Conservatives tend to think, why change what isn't broken? They say proceed with caution because we just don't know what we might destroy. Conservatives tend to promote
Let's do it. A bright love, liquid alcorn, gladly. If your channel pops off, let's run as pres and vice pres. Let's do it.
Traditional values.
What the heck does that mean? The rule of existing laws.
Prioritizing stability, safety, faith, family, a more limited government.
Where? Wait a minute. Where? See, now he's overgeneralizing. Where? Are you talking just about the United States? Are you talking just about the United States? Faith, family, things like that? Well, okay.
Preservation of established institutions, stuff like that.
Now, being a conservative isn't all biscuits and gravy.
Their stubbornness to change can cause them to constantly be searching for allies to help them double down. They tend to favor whatever benefits the status quo, even if that means tens of millions of people are left behind. Often, conservatives tend to have the mindset that we don't need to help more people. People are doing just fine. Often, conservatives are financially stable themselves.
Overall, though, they tend to focus on the present, a present anchored by the past.
A present anchored by the past. What does that sound eerily similar to, folks? What does that sound eerily similar to? A present anchored by the past. It's very close to fascism. Very close to fascism, right? Like that's the apologetic ultranationalism, having a national rebirth, returning to some mythical past. And that's why conservatism very easily slips into fascism immediately, okay? If you have too much change in society or too much pressure on the power structure, you suddenly get conservatives becoming fascists and screaming about how we have to return to some mythical past that they wish we still had, okay? Anyway.
Reformers generally seek to change things for the better. They believe the existing system might be fundamentally sound, but it still requires significant updates, you could say. They aren't looking to burn the house down. They just think the plumbing is backed up and the roof needs shingles. Know what I'm saying?
I bet they won't. Guys, I'm waiting to see if he includes a category for us, if he even includes lefties in this.
Political groups, reformers tend to question things the most. Reformers tend to value empathy, inclusion, justice, equality, and innovation. Reformers tend to trust human reason and experts. And they aren't afraid to change existing institutions, and they ain't afraid to use government to make changes. They tend to be pretty passionate about helping the marginalized, and they generally tend to be open to new ideas. That all said, reformers recognize that pain for some is needed to help more people. But
reformers, I'm very confused. So that's this next category. You have conservatives and reformers. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not really understanding this. Progressives, is that what he said? Progressives, okay.
Overall, yep. Reformers believe that more people need help. Just like conservatives, reformers are often usually financially stable themselves. Now, being a reformer ain't all macaroni and cheese.
That's not necessarily true, okay? A lot of reformers are not financially stable themselves. I'm not sure what he means by that. Okay.
Their openness to new ideas can lead them to underestimate trade-offs, human nature's limits, the value of inherited wisdom, and unintended consequences. Sometimes they mistakenly dismiss tradition as nothing more than oppression. Not only that, reformers often have a hard time actually getting stuff done. They tend to quickly create purity tests and are constantly looking out for traitors to the movement.
Well, okay, admittedly, he's right in that, like, progressives, hate tankies and shit, right? Like, a lot of progressives hate tankies, and they hate socialists, and they hate, like, outright socialists, okay? This is so complicated, but I do think it's a bit oversimplistic to say that that this is specific to reformers when the conservatives do purity testing, too. Okay, oh, you mean purity tests in the other direction? Like, they don't want any concern. Oh, I see. Weird amorphous blob. Okay. I see what you mean. You mean like purity. Okay. I got what you mean. Okay. Every ML I've met hasn't exactly been hood. Well, that's fair, Oxpecker. But I will say there are, like a lot of black revolutionaries have been MLs. Okay. A lot of black liberation folks have been MLs. The liberals love doing purity tests against the left, but it's never categorized as that. That's true.
Because questioning things is what made them reformers to begin with. Overall, though, reformers tend to focus on the future. How can we make life better for those who aren't around yet? Well, reactionaries react. They generally want change by tearing down and destroying everything. Reactionaries are often the most misunderstood group. Often folks lump them in with conservatives or say they are extreme traditionalists. But they are definitely not conservative, and in some cases, they couldn't care less about tradition. Like children, reactionaries let only their...
So, Oxpecker, if you look at people like the Black Panthers, for example, or some of the other black liberation movements that were very revolutionary, and were MLs, I should say, if that makes sense. Who else, guys? I'm having a mind blank. There's other ones, too. What are some other black liberation movements that were MLs? I'm having a complete mind blank. I can see their faces in my head. There were a lot of black liberation who were not necessarily wealthy or well-connected or anything like that.
Emotions guide their political perspectives, especially fear and anger. For the typical reactionary, it's about feelings, not facts. Reactionaries often have nothing to lose and everyone to blame. This is the easiest way to spot a reactionary. They are often quick to scapegoat specific groups. Immigrants, transgender folks, billionaires, the media.
I'm just trying to think of specific names of people or organizations. Weird amorphous blob. Yeah, exactly. Okay, like all around the world.
Reactionaries tend to think we need to burn everything down and start over from scratch. They are perfectly okay with hurting a lot of people in order to do so, especially those aforementioned scapegoats. In fact, they would argue that they need to hurt people in order to fix the political order. Okay, so far I have made reactionaries look pretty bad. So
Is there a different way to paint a reactionary? Guys, fascists are reactionaries, for example. I don't know, I don't know why he's also nitpicking and saying he's not just using the word fascists, because most of the time reactionaries are fascists, if not always. Or anyway, I guess not always. I guess if you're in a monarchical system, it could be whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that, yeah, is he going to give us good, let's be charitable to political reaction? Yeah. Is he about to be charitable to reactionaries? What? I hope not. I don't know how I'd feel about that.
Let me defend them a bit. Reactionaries are often financially struggling and only want to destroy the entire system because the system has not worked for them, like, at all. Most are not inherently bad people. They are just desperate and often have been screwed over for generations. They want reform, but don't see reformers as allies because reformers tend to be privileged and still want to keep the current system and even still often benefit from the current system. Overall, though,
I see what he's trying to do there. I'm not as upset at it as I would be, but that is not a good way of describing that, okay? They have been screwed over by the system, and that he is including, it's almost like he's talking about leftists also, right? Do you see what did you hear what I heard, guys? It's like he's trying to say that, like, fascists and lefties are the same, that they want to overturn the system that they feel oppressed by. Now, that is not what that is, okay? A reactionary, yeah, he probably includes billionaires inside of the group of scapegoats. He's explicitly is talking about leftists. You were yapping when he was explaining it, though. What do you mean? He said leftists? He said reactionaries. Didn't he say reactionaries? He's talking about reactionaries, isn't he? Let me go back. Guys, let me go back. I thought he said reactionaries.
Facts. Reactionaries often have nothing to lose and everyone to blame. This is the easiest way to spot a reactionary. They are often quick to scapegoat specific groups. Immigrants, transgender folks, billionaires, the media. Reactionaries tend to think we need to burn everything down and start over from scratch. They are perfectly okay with hurting a lot of people in order to do so, especially those aforementioned scapegoats. In fact, they would argue that they need to hurt people in order to fix the political order. Okay, so far I have made reactionaries look pretty bad. So let me defend them a bit. Reactionaries are often financially struggling and only want to destroy the entire system because the system has not worked for them, like, at all. Most are not inherently bad people. They are just desperate and often have been screwed over for generations. They want reform, but don't see reformers as allies because reformers tend to be privileged and still want to keep the current system and even still often benefit from the current system. Okay. Overall, though, reactionaries look to a distant, often made-up past, and they often have no hope for the future.
Okay, this is bullshit. This is just not true. Yeah, no. I've never heard a definite. You know what? Now I feel like I'm being gaslit here. Okay. If he doesn't have separate religion as final one to be including religion, yeah, I'm very confused. I've never heard reactionary used in a way that includes the left. Okay. Let me quickly here. I'm looking up the word reactionary because I feel like. No, I know that exactly, Paul Skull. That's what I'm saying. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. All right. That is absolutely crazy. I need to see here reactionaries. I'm literally looking up the word to make sure I'm not like losing my mind. Yeah. Opposition to change, deep conservatism, radical backwards movement. I'm not crazy, okay? No, that has never been used to explain the left. The reactionaries are right-wing by definition. They react to change in society and then try to reverse that change. That's where the word reaction comes from. Like, this is insane to me. Has he lost his mind? Do you think he believes in horseshoe theory? Yeah, he threw out billionaires as an example. Jesus, he said that all that, and then he was like also leftist, and actually it's mostly leftist. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's really weird. Okay, you know what? Let's go back here. That really caught me off guard, guys. I'm sorry I had to rewatch it. Like I'm actually disappointed in Mr. Beat. I've never heard him say something that crazy. Normally he makes normal Libby kind of mistakes, but like that is pretty crazy. Yeah, I never thought he was that bad to say. He also made it seem like leftists want to return to a mythical past. Oh, come on. None of us in here have an idea of like a mythical past we want to return to, right? Like most of the shit in the past is like not great, okay? Like we all want to go on to a much different future, right? We want to leave the past behind. That is hilarious to me. Okay? Woof. All right. Well, let's see what this last group is, I guess.
Using a video game reference here for the youth, but non-player characters, or NPCs, aren't paying attention to politics. NPCs seemingly lack a personal political compass. They uncritically absorb and repeat.
I get that, Sylvie. You're right, Sylvie. He said that, like, you also have to remember at the beginning that he said these are his own definitions. You're right. That is a stupid definition of reactionary. That means he's just completely making up what a reactionary is. This has no basis in what political scientists would say about what the word means. You know what I mean? It's like, I guess I'm just going to call, I'm just going to say that Republicans now, I'm sorry, I'm just going to say that anarchists are monarchists now. You know, I guess I'm just going to say that hunter-gatherers are like a spacefaring civilization. Like, okay, that's weird. You know what I mean? It's so weird. Like, why would you do that?
The dominant narratives and social cues of their environment. In other words, they go along with the majority without any independent analysis or skepticism. They're back.
Oh no, I know, Sylvia. I know you're not saying that. I'm just kind of, I'm frustrated with him.
Ground characters following a script. True followers. Sheep. Sure, they'll go along with change. Change can happen as long as there's no pain to get there. Like conservatives and reformers, NPCs also benefit from the status quo, but they just don't care how or why. In their defense, NPCs often have no idea that they are NPCs. And often modern society offers so much work and distractions that
I don't believe in the idea of an NPC. I got to tell you, yeah. Being politically disengaged is a choice, and being politically disengaged has ramifications. Yeah, he is using reactionary framing. By the way, I don't really believe. Yeah, me neither, Sir Bar. I don't like it. NPC, Mayflower Kid means non-player character, as in someone who isn't really involved in politics. They're just kind of there, living their lives, and they don't get involved and they don't care. That is not like that. Yeah, like this is this is almost like elite theory, not this is okay. I don't want to confuse all of you. But no, like if you stand in the center and you let fascists take over, you're basically a fascist. It is a choice you're making. This is a complicated thing. I don't get this. Okay, I don't get this at all.
Of course, they wouldn't figure out that they are NPCs, and I should stress, they are not NPCs when it comes to everything. Some of the most intelligent, inspirational, and dynamic people in the world are NPCs. They're just NPCs when it comes to politics. Overall, NPCs are only focused on the immediate present. Cogs in the machine, but don't know. Stuck in each moment with no desire to get out of it.
Yo, Druzilla, that is a perfect question. Druzilla says, why is he doing this? Hasn't this been done a lot? Does he think he can do better? Yeah, Druzilla, there's lots of established literature on this stuff. Now, it is contentious. People debate these words. But why does he think he can... If he's trying to do education, this isn't really education. This is just him kind of babbling. Okay, whatever. Yeah, Axiom. So, LaCroix, people are disinterested in politics a lot of the time because they don't personally see the benefits of politics. Correct. If you're sitting at a table with 5 people and another who is wearing a swastika, then you're sitting at a table of 7, right? Yeah, and by the way, where are the revolutionaries in this? None of these are revolutionary, except Weird Morris Blob. We know that he includes reactionaries with revolutionaries, which is hilarious to me. They're opposites. Reactionaries want to go back to a status quo. They want to combat any change. But he's saying that revolutionaries are reactionaries.
So, to refresh, reformers tend to push forward toward a utopian vision. Reactionaries tend to push backward toward an imagined golden age. Conservatives try to stay grounded in the workable past and present without radical lurches either way. NPCs are just
Why does he make the conservatives sound like the most competent ones?
along for the ride. I like to think of myself as a reformer, but at times I feel more like a conservative. And stop it with the stupid left-wing, right-wing crap. It's time to admit that the old left-wing, right-wing political spectrum isn't that accurate. I made a whole video about why that is.
Can we watch that video, guys? Would you guys mind if we watch that video? I am deeply interested in how he presents the political spectrum. Can we watch that video? Would you guys mind? Okay. Is he like a horseshoe theory guy? Is he a horseshoe theory guy? Would you be better? Let's see here. Would it be better to look at one used for a long time and rather do commentary on that? Feels like a bit trying to do something new while copying. I don't think he was until this video. Okay. Because I am curious. I'm really disturbed, actually, because I actually liked Mr. Beat and a lot of his content. He's making me feel cancer now, right? No, I know he's always been sort of a centrist. Yeah, I know. Did he have a political devolution? Let's watch it. I'm sorry, guys. We won't watch the whole thing. I am curious, though. I am disturbed. I like Mr. B. I have a bias towards fellow teachers, and I thought he was trying his best, but this seems very dishonest if he's like not teaching. If he's teaching stuff that isn't even like acceptable in a regular classroom. Like, if I were to teach this in a regular classroom, that would be bad. Okay, that would not even be like what you're supposed to teach according to the government-made curriculum. I could gladly elevator lady. So let me see here. Let me see if I can find that video. I know. He wasn't like a hero. I just like the I liked his content. I liked how he was trying to do education. Okay, I'll find it. Mr. Beat. Yeah, he's like, there we go. Okay, it's
I'm
not that
Mr.
long.
Beat. Let's watch some
It's
people
only
talk
10 minutes. It's not, which isn't as long as the last one, so we'll watch it real fast,
about
guys.
politics, shall we?
Charlie Kirk.
This is the 112th episode of Battleground.
Oops.
I'm Mr. Beat. Let's watch some people talk about politics, shall we?
Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, the right-wing superstars,
Yeah,
went on.
I agree. Sorry, not Fox Emblem. Weird Amorphous Blob. He used to attack Charlie Kirk and PragerU a lot, and Ben Shapiro. Like, so did he have a suddenly political devolution? Ice, can we do my minute-long Duke Nukem as a palate cleanser? Not quite yet, Ice. After we watch this, yes. Okay.
On Fox News, and what they did is they spewed the most boring, banal, right-wing talking points I've ever heard.
They spin out hour after hour of slickly produced left-wing propaganda.
And those people have more or less systematically been ignored by people on both the right-hand side and the left-hand side of the political spectrum.
Yeah, on the right, conservatives, you're always talking about taxes and regulations.
I know, I seem it's weird, like I'm so obsessed with this. So one of the things that you learn very quickly about teachers, and I'm saying this out of affection for teachers, and also an understanding that it causes problems, is that they often times present themselves as centrist. Think about it. What else could you do in this country? If you make it obvious you're on the left, parents will hate you. If you make it obvious you're on the right, parents will hate you. So, and you also want your students to not feel any particular bias, technically. You want them to get reality, but you don't want it to appear. It's like when you're teaching social studies, this is one of the hardest things you do. You have to try to appear unbiased while also teaching them stuff that will allow them form their own opinions without them going the wrong direction, if you know what I mean. Okay. And it's like a balancing act. And you also have to make sure that you don't upset a parent by saying something politically that could get you in trouble. All right. And so typically teachers will say, and we're actually taught to say this, okay, I'm not conservative or liberal, or or you will say something like, my opinion doesn't matter. What's your opinion? Like, you kind of try and blow it off. Sometimes it goes too far though, where teachers will who are like really, who don't believe at all in what the other side has to say, will say, well, I'm just a centrist and both sides have good things to say. And I've heard that a lot. So I'm wondering if like he is just overcompensating for, I don't know. You know what? Let's just watch.
Government. And on the left, liberals talking about economics, it's always about income inequality, right?
The divide between the left and the right is as bad as it's been in really any of our lifetimes.
You know what? It absolutely does, LaQual. History has a left-wing bias, and it's very obvious. It's very obvious, and it's really hard to teach that as a teacher. Every single teacher I went to teaching school with was lefty. Okay, not a lefty. They were liberal. They were not conservative. All of them were either lefties or liberals. Okay? There was not even a centrist among them. Now, I have met actual centrist teachers and a couple conservatives. They're typically sports coaches who are conservatives who teach social studies, but history itself, and they typically don't know history very well. But like, if you actually know history, it's hard to be a conservative. We're cool, manly, right wing. Yeah, exactly. So sometimes good history teachers are not conservative. Okay, there are a lot of like coaches though who are hyper manly and who didn't do very well in school, and who have only been hired because they are coaches and they think it's easy to teach social studies, and they do propaganda. But okay.
I'm not quite sure that all of these people have the same definitions of the left and the right. What do people mean when they say left wing or right wing? Well, the whole political spectrum that gave us left versus right began during the French Revolution, not that long ago. For more about this, I'm going to send you to Mr. Barris from the channel This is Barris. He's going to get into the history of why we have these terms. Go ahead, Barris.
Collaboration.
Thank you for having me over, Mr. Beat. To discover the origins of the left versus right paradigm, one must go as far as the French Revolution, with the creation of the National Constituent Assembly.
Everyone, allons, enfant, ventrie, se de l'aile déranger. Okay, whatever. I'm sorry. I don't speak French. I don't even know if those are the right words, but it sounds about right.
Main task was to draft a constitution. Now, while France is proudly Republican today, and any trace of royalty has long been guillotined away, that wasn't always the case, and a large portion of the population supported the king, or at least those who represented that population. As such, when on November 11th, 1789, the Assembly had to vote on whether the Constitution would grant the king an absolute veto or partial veto. Those who favored an absolute veto were asked to sit on the right of the President of the Assembly, while those who favored a partial veto, which was the more radical position, were asked to sit on the left. This wasn't done symbolically, but to make the vote count easier for the President, who felt a bit overwhelmed by the 1,500 deputies. And just like that, France started this idea of change versus tradition, of liberalism versus conservatism, which still shapes the political landscape to this day. In the following month...
so Paul Squaw, they met on a tennis court for the tennis court oath, and then they had an assembly also, where they would meet in like parliament to discuss these things, which is what he's talking about.
The deputies will maintain that distinction, not out of ideology, but rather necessity, as the Baron de Gauville explained. We begin to recognize each other. Those who were loyal to religion and the king took up positions to the right of the chair, so as to avoid the shouts, oaths, and indecencies that enjoyed free reign in the opposing camp. Furthermore,
it is correct, Weird Mortis Blob. That is inaccurate.
Being on the same side of the political spectrum by no means meant that you shared the same ideologies. It is often forgotten that the French Revolution started as a bourgeois revolution. The bourgeois were somewhat Republican and thus considered left-wing. However, most bourgeois...
That's because, guys, you notice how he said that it was a bourgeois revolution. So was the American Revolution. What you saw with liberal revolutions, guys, was sort of a world historical change from one economic system to another. So, for example, so it was like moving from feudalism to capitalism, all right? That was like the first set of revolutions, all right? So, the French Revolution was sort of a mass move away from feudalism towards bourgeois capitalism. And then you also in the American Revolution could also be viewed as sort of a mass move away from feudalism to bourgeois capitalism. Now, this is way oversimplified because clearly there was still slavery going on. There's a bunch of things that make this uneven, but yeah, people don't tend to think of it that way, but it's true. Okay. The bourgeois, so the rising class of wealthy merchants who were doing basically early capitalism, were becoming very upset because their wealth and influence was coming into conflict with the blooded aristocracy, who had their power due to blood and inheritance. A lot of times, these merchants were wealthier than the nobility, but they didn't have nearly the influence or power because they weren't born into the nobility. Same thing with the king. The king would make like kings and stuff would make decisions that were really bad for the bourgeois, but they couldn't do anything to get rid of the king because he was there by blood and divine right, which then also and they couldn't become the king because they weren't born into it. So this growing class of wealthy people, one of the reasons for the revolution, this is an oversimplification, is that they were pushing back. Exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. It is Weird Amorphous Blob. It was that they were pushing back against feudalism. It was a revolution to overthrow feudalism. Now, it is more complicated than this, all right? It is true that like the poor and the working class, etc., okay, we're also being oppressed by feudalism, all right? Absolutely, okay? And in a lot of cases, guys, and I'm not saying this, I'm not saying I like capitalism. The capitalism was viewed as liberational because it wasn't as oppressive in some ways as feudalism was. So for a lot of poorer folks, capitalism seemed liberational because it didn't feel as bad. It wasn't as bad as what came before. Was it still bad? Yes. And it wasn't better for everyone, if that makes sense, okay? But, okay. So it was also a revolution of the poor, etc. But, you know, the kind of movers and shakers were bourgeois folks, okay? Does this make sense? Weird Amorphous Blob. The levelers and stuff existed, but it was very predominantly bourgeois. Exactly, okay? Yeah, the Federalist Papers explicitly loathe. They do, Weird Amorphous Blob, because one of the problems with this, guys, is that it gets out of hand. If the bourgeois, so if the ruling class, if like the growing capitalist elites kind of let a revolution get out of hand, they might suddenly find themselves underneath the guillotine. And a lot of them did, because the people really started taking control of it at certain points, okay? And same thing with the American Revolution. After the American Revolution, the elites ran into a problem because they created a constitution that wasn't nearly strong enough, which made it easy for the average person to really mess up what the elites wanted to do, and to revolt and to fight back. And this is complicated. That was called the Articles of Confederation. And so then they had to make a much stronger government to control the people, which was the Constitution. Okay. So it can get out of hand. And this is an oversimplification. I'm giving you a very simplified Marxist perspective on these revolutions. But that is true, that is a large trend of these revolutions, was simply a massive change in economic relationships. Exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob, exactly. Under the Articles of Confederation, there was debt relief being passed, and the elites did not like that shit. Okay, there were states doing massive debt relief, and communities doing debt relief. They didn't like that. Okay, so this is complicated. But it is not as simple as to say that people were demanding rights, okay? It is not as simple as saying that people were demanding rights, okay? That's typically what you hear, is that, you know, it was a revolution against, you know, it was taxation without representation. That's an oversimplification, okay? Comrades have no sense to make fool. That's why bourgeois is bad. Yes, okay, yeah, no, yes, the bourgeois is bad, Doug. What I'm saying, though, is at the time, in some ways, a capitalist mode of production was more liberatory than feudalism for some people. And the bourgeois were viewed as less bad than the feudal elites. Did you guys, I'm sorry, Mayflower Kid, is this making sense? Mayflower Kid, you're my bellwether. I'm trying to, if you don't get what I'm saying, I need to maybe explain it better so that everyone can be on the same page. I hope I'm not using language that's way too specialized, if that makes sense. Weird Amorphous Blob, to crush the radical democratic current. Yes. Yep, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. All right. Sounds like they are both bad to me. Yes. Okay, they are. They're both bad. Okay. No, I'm not asking her to fact check. I try to avoid using language that people can understand because I'm trying to do education here. Okay. All right. Okay. Got you, Mayflower Kid.
also supported free market reforms and liberalism in the classical sense. And when you have proto-communists like Cassius Babeuf, who were also considered left-wing because, well, the alternative meant support of the king, you get why this might be problematic, right? It would take another century before the left versus right spectrum became popular outside of France. In the beginning of the 20th century, as revolutions sprouted across the world, the press and academics needed a quick way to categorize the different ideologies that were fighting each other, especially as these ideologies, both left and right, became increasingly radical.
Left and right. Okay, you know what? I'm trying to understand why he chose Stalin and Hitler. If he says like radical left or right, I guess. I mean, Stalin was left-wing and Hitler was right-wing. I'm not sure. Okay, I wanted to critique him, but I guess I can't really find a critique there.
For example, the Bolsheviks, who loved anything related to the French Revolution, immediately embraced the left-wing versus right-wing spectrum, although they consider themselves the centrist position. In England, however, the political spectrum took longer to become widespread, and books only started referencing it in the late 1920s. Adoption in the US was just as slow, but eventually, as partisanship increased,
I believe it, Paul Squall.
In the 1960s, during the civil rights movement.
That is true about Axiom, I guess, but I think he just forgot to switch them up.
The idea of a left versus right political spectrum cemented along the beliefs of both parties. And that's it, Mr. Beat. That's the story of how an overwhelmed president who needed an easier way to count his deputies ended up creating a system which now allows millennials to dismiss their uncle as a racist right-wing boomer while he dismisses them for being triggered left-wing snowflakes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barris. What about today?
No, he hasn't. Can we get to it? Is he going to explain it now? I hope he's going to explain it now because I'm getting tired. I get it. We know where left and right come from.
Well, often the political spectrum looks something like this. On the left side of politics, you tend to see ideas like liberty, equality, aka egalitarianism, progress, and...
Okay, you know what? So far, this isn't bad.
Internationalism. On the...
Oh my God, this is how I taught it to you guys, right? Remember I said liberty, like equality, like egalitarianism, progress, internationalism. Okay, so he's getting this part right.
The right side of politics, you tend to see ideas like authority, hierarchy, tradition, and nationalism. On the left, you often see reform, while on the right, you often see reaction. Those on the left tend to want...
See, yeah, he changed. He changed. He totally changed. Now he's saying that reaction is left and right. What? Okay, what happened to him?
More government involvement to make society better. They want it more top-down, while those on the right tend to want less government involvement to make society...
Okay, oh my God, no. Okay, see, now, this is a mistake, although admittedly, this is a mistake that is common. Just because left does not want more top-down, okay? Right, okay. This is, okay, oh my God, no, that's not true. I'm sick of hearing this, okay? How does that make sense? Do you hear what he said, guys? He said the left wants stuff that's more top down, and the bottom, I'm sorry, oops, the top and the bottom, oopsie, whoops. The left wants more bottom, I'm sorry, God damn it, top down stuff, and the right wants stuff that's more like less top down stuff. Okay, that is not true. Like what? So that's like saying like communism is when the government does stuff. No. So if I were to go, it was a mistake, Mayflower Kid. Yeah, he's inverted it on a basic level. That is a very liberal idea, guys. The idea that the right wing, they don't like big government. No, they like traditional sources of power, which are the elites. And if the government stands in a way of the elites' power, they're going to cut the government because they want authoritarian elites. Okay, so the government is just a barrier to that, and they want to get rid of it. It is still top down. It's just top down from the elites down. Okay. It's not okay. Anyway, the left is about liberation, by the way. And now, yeah, you can have a left-wing government that uses a top-down government. All right. But what matters on the political spectrum is ideology and goals. The tactics aren't as relevant. Okay. And we could debate this. Yeah, if anything, the left is bottom up, right? Okay, okay. The other thing, at least he was right about.
Better. They want it bottom up. Ideas on the left are often called, quote, liberal, and ideas on the right are often called, quote, conservative.
Now, I agree. I agree. I didn't mishear him, Sylvie. Did you guys hear that? Did I mishear that? I didn't mishear that. He said the left is more about government and the right is more about not government, right?
Tend to want less government involvement to make society better.
The right wants less government, the left wants more government. That's not true, okay? I didn't mishear him. Mayflower Kid, you did, Sylvie. Okay, I'm just kidding, Sylvie. You know I love you. Okay. The left is bottom powering. Oh my God, I hate you, elevator lady. Guys, I'm sorry. I know I'm kind of rambling. I bet a lot of you are like, what the fuck is he talking about? So guys, I've talked about this before, right? So the political, and I'm not saying this as a socialist, I'm saying this as an academic. The political spectrum, he described it correctly when he said that the farther left you go, okay, the farther left you go, the more people are about egalitarianism, liberty, internationalism, what else? Equality, okay? So the further left you go, the more you're into those things. The further right you go, the more you're into hierarchy, nationalism, inequality, and what's the term? Authoritarianism? I forget the other one over there. Okay? So, like, just generally, and that's a very bad sort of thing, okay? I mean, that's weak, right? That's weak. That's a sort of a weak description. People then have, so he's right about that. People have the idea, especially in the United States, based off our government, that the right wing wants a smaller government. That is not, okay, they might want a smaller government, but they want more power in the hands of fewer people. Does that make sense? The left fundamentally does not want a smaller, does not want a bigger government. What did I just say about the left? They're about freedom and egalitarianism and equality and like things that are not in communism is like, if you look at what communism ultimately is, it's the absence of a government. So that's just not true. Okay. Yeah. They want a small government with strong elites. It is in a hierarchical authoritarian society. The reason they don't like government is because it stands in the way of elite power. Also, do we think that, yeah, exactly, Trump failed because the left wants regulations in order to limit elite power, okay, to some extent, to limit the damage they can do. So this is very complicated. And by the way, you can have a left-wing government that has a lot of government power, obviously, but that doesn't mean you're not left. And you can have a right-wing government that has kind of a right-wing society that kind of has a weak government and is still very right-wing. Okay, whatever. Let's go on.
They want it bottom up. Ideas on the left are often called, quote, liberal, and ideas on the right are often called, quote, conservative. Of course, these generalizations are incredibly misleading, which
they are, and I'm glad he put quotes around it, because that's what we do in America. We say, like, we think that left wing means liberal and that right wing, you know, and then right is conservative. That is very confusing how people use the word liberal in this country. When I use the word liberal, I'm referring to people who believe in a liberalized economy. They want who aren't like fascists, who want a liberalized economy in society. So they like capitalism, and they think that capitalism is fundamentally good, and they kind of want to tweak around the edges to fix things, like what a lot of Democrats do. All right, so that's what I mean when I say liberal, because and then socialists want to change capitalism. All right, lefties fundamentally want to change capitalism. Liberals do not. But we can debate this. The word liberal is very confusing depending on the context. Even in Europe, the word liberal has a different word meaning than it does in the US, okay? A lot of liberals in Europe are actually libertarians. It gets very confusing, all right?
Which is why this political spectrum is pretty much crap. I mean, rarely do folks fit neatly on one side or the other. For example, a person might think the government generally screws everything up when it gets too involved, yet absolutely hates nationalism or hierarchy.
Yeah, Texture.
Often folks find themselves...
Texture. So how is it smaller government for like the right wing to always want a massive military, go into your bedrooms, oppress gay people, black people, women, okay? That's bigger government, right? Yeah, Liquid Alcorn.
caught up with this weird label called, quote, centrism, because they fall somewhere in between. However, most people fall, quote, in between on most issues. Hey, can we get a better political spectrum up in here, please? Thanks. Okay, what's this one? Oh yes, this one was developed in the 1950s by a psychologist named Hans Eysenck. He noticed that there was something similar going on with the Nazis, who were supposed to be on the right end of the spectrum, and communist dictators.
So, Weird Morris Blob, you say nationalism can also be super left-wing. As a tool, yes. As an ideology, no. So, like, to be ideologically nationalist on the left doesn't make sense. Now, for socialist countries that have been nationalist because they can't, as a tactic for survival, then yes. Or if we talk about like liberation movements of oppressed people in the global South, using nationalism to combat colonialism and stuff, yes. Then yes for the nationalism thing. Okay, is the how dare you, Laquan? I hate you, Laquan. You know that's not true. If that makes sense, okay? Like, but like nationalism itself is not left wing. Like fundamentally left wing. Yeah, if that makes sense, okay? That it's just that's a significant portion of nationalism historically. Yes. Oh, if you mean, okay, maybe I'm getting confused, okay? Maybe I'm getting confused because there's very few lefty governments, lefty nations across the world. You mean leftism? Like socialism, conservatism, communism and stuff? Okay. All right. Nationalism has a power, can be used for leftist devices. Yes. It's not for leftist ideology. Does that? Yeah, that works. Yes. That's correct, invalid axiom. And to be clear, though, Weird Amorphous Blob, as you know, all of this stuff is theoretical. Nasser to Ho Chi Minh. Yes, but that's what I mean. In both of those cases, Weird Amorphous Blob, that's used for liberation, right? So nationalism is liberation, can be liberational for the left, right? But like modern day Vietnamese nationalism, they're not internationalists because they can't be. But the idea is still there that the working class is important all over the world, right? That it's not that Vietnamese folks are not special or like the best people on the planet or things like that. Okay. So, but like, and again, we can debate all these things and there's no clear cut line there, but like, according to academia, yeah, the further left you go, the more internationalist you are, the further right you go, the more nationalism. Yeah, exactly. Weird Amorphous Blob. So I agree. I guess I agree with you, Weird Amorphous Blob. I think we're nitpicking, but yeah.
Who were supposed to be on the left end of the spectrum. So he came up with these two spectrums, an R factor representing radicalism and a T factor representing tender-mindedness. Needless to say, Eysenck's diagram had its critics, in particular this dude, another psychologist named Milton Rokeach, who argued the big difference between the left and right was basically that the left stressed equality more. Needless to say, Eysenck later adapted his chart to look like this, bringing an S factor spectrum, which followed economic beliefs. Around that same time, the Nolan chart, developed by a libertarian activist named David Nolan, became a handy way for people to quickly see where they felt.
Yeah, you're right, Paul Squaw. He did. Okay.
Politically, by looking at a personal freedom spectrum and an economic freedom spectrum. Yep, that's about where Nolan would have been on his own chart. And yes, today it's still heavily used in libertarian circles. The Vosum chart was a 3-axis version of the Nolan chart and looks like this. Whoa, that one looks complicated. Other 2-axis charts include the Pornell chart.
Guys, I think that there is we're conflating two terms here, okay? Nationalism. So nationalism, which is the idea of like wanting a united group around a shared sense of self, okay? Like is different than like nationalism, the word that means like you think the nation is the most important thing on the planet, that you think the nation is like superior to other nations and things like that. Okay, so little n nationalism is liberational. Okay, it's like the idea of you want the people in your segment of the world to be able to come to their own determination about things and stuff like that. It's sort of a political strategy and a way of protecting oneself. We are in an era of nation states where there are a bunch of states that survive off nationalism, who have a nationalist sense of themselves. Then you have nationalism, the big N nationalism, which is where which is where it's like right wing, my nation is better than everyone else's. Okay. That's all that matters is the nation. So there, yeah, in an era of nation states, there are a lot of left wing ideas of nationalism, like Vietnamese nationalism. They want to protect their nation, their left wing nation. Okay, but there isn't like the far right wing sense of nation is superior, which is what you see on the right. Okay, that's the right wing kind of nationalism. Whatever, I'm sorry, I'm boring people. Let's go on.
Developed by this dude, Jerry Pournelle. On one axis, it looks at people's attitudes toward the government, or as he said, the state. On the other, people's attitudes toward social progress. But wait a second, how do you define social progress, though? Over the years, there have been tons of political spectrum charts, like this one, and more three-axis versions like this one. But the problem is people won't stop fighting about which chart is best.
This is why I don't really care about all those other charts, and I know a lot of people prefer the other charts, but it's just much easier. Just use the original. It's not perfect, okay? Like it's just this straight line going back and forth, okay? Like this straight line going back and forth like this. That's the easiest way to understand it. It's not perfect, but none of the rest of these are too. And honestly, these other ones are much more confusing if you're trying to have a conversation, right? Like unless you can pull up one of these charts while you're talking, it's really hard to use these as a tool. It's much easier to be like, yeah, they're further left than they are right? So, okay.
Most of the debate centers over which axis or axes to include for each one. Wait a second. The plural of axis is axes? What the heck?
Exactly,
anyway, additional axes include communitarianism versus individualism, no separation of church and state versus complete separation of church and state, interventionist foreign policy versus non-interventionist foreign policy, multilateralism versus unilateralism, globalization versus protectionism, pacifism versus militarism, and centralism versus regionalism. That's a lot of isms. Again, odds are almost all of you are somewhere in the middle on all of these spectrums. So where do you fall on the political spectrum? That's right, you, with the yellow shirt. Well, I think it depends on the issue. It's not static. Chances are you are constantly moving around on the spectrum, and that's probably a good thing because it shows that you have a more open mind. If you want to know where you stand at any given time, I personally recommend the political compass. It's not perfect, but it's a pretty good start. Figure is almost always an oversimplification. Whenever someone says the left or the right or left wing or right wing, ask them what they mean when they say that. Chances are you ask different people, they'll give you different answers. I think those terms, left and right, can do more harm than good, and probably it's time to get rid of them. Well, what do you think, Mr. Barris?
Yeah, let's get rid of them. Because unless you are a filthy royalist, we are all technically left-wing here. And you aren't a royalist, Mr. Beat, right? Right?
Okay then. And thanks for helping me make this video, Mr. Barris.
Okay, well, that was flawed in a lot of ways, but it wasn't as bad as I thought, I guess. Paul Squaw, unless it addresses people's relations to capital. Paul Squaw, we're not talking about, we're talking about systems outside of capitalism, though, right? What do you mean? Like, if you go to the far left, there is no capital. I'm sorry, am I missing something? Did you say something else, Paul Squaw? Am I missing something? So, like, if you talk, political spectrum is just a tool that's used to understand, like, the vast range of political ideologies, whether it's a capitalist or a socialist ideology. Okay, what was the reference to the yellow shirt? I don't know. What did he say? I don't fucking know. I've lost my train of thought. Okay, it was better than the other one he made, but he's definitely changed. He's now saying that reactionary. Oh, I will, Mayflower. No, Mayflower kid. I am not going to teach. I'll teach you about what reactionaries are, but reformers, I don't like Mr. Beast's definition. I'll teach you what academics say, okay? I'll teach you what the political scientists and the philosophers say, but I won't explain how he did it, if that makes sense, because that's just his opinion on what a reformer or a reactionary is. I don't really get that, okay? But yes, sure. Did I say Mr. Beast? Whatever. Who the fuck cares? Okay, it's whatever his name is. Okay. So anyway, I hate all of you. Okay, let's see here, guys. I'm gonna take a seat. I need a seat after that. My hero has crushed my soul. I had faith in him. Okay, all right, I'm calm. Give me a second. I have to pee. Okay, I have to urinate. Watching that made me want to expel urine from my body. Give me a second. Okay, give me a second here.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. But no, I'm far from perfect. It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't want to be another tragedy.
Now, I know you all can't see my face. I know you all can't see my face and that you just, hear me talking. But I was just reading through the comments. Maybe I need to talk about the difference between what nationalism is. So Weird Amorphous Blob and I think we were talking about two different kinds of nationalism, and but I think that yeah. But let me 1 second here, okay? Give me a second. But there's a lot of people who look like they may be confused about what nationalism is. All right. 1 second, guys. All right. So, let's see who we have here. Okay. Yes, Elevator Lady, I did get a haircut. Thank you. Do you like it? I think it looks good. Thank you. All right. I know enough to not ask white people about now. Oh, God, I know, Paul Squall. That's for sure. Right? Okay. So, let's see here. Let me see what we got here. Left wing encompasses liberals. No, it does not, LaCroix. So, this is all very complicated stuff, okay? This is like, I'm not joking. This is like graduate level conversation about these terms. So we a lot of this stuff because political science and like political philosophy are not hard sciences. Okay. No, Lacroix. No, I know Lacroix. I agree with you. I'm saying I agree with you. I'm talking about all the conversation in general. Okay. These are very tough. Like, yeah. Don't worry, Lacroix. You were right. It's very complicated, and there's if you guys think that there's misinformation out there about like science, for example, about like evolution and creationism, boy, is there exactly, Mayflower Kid. And I mentioned this to you before, Mayflower Kid. It's very confusing because if you think there's misinformation out there about science and like hard facts, there is much more misinformation out there about history and political science and stuff because it has consequences for people with power. So it's very confusing to talk about these things. And this is one of the reasons why I love the topic, is because it is so confusing. Okay. Okay. So hilarious, Matt Saga, right? And honestly, it's kind of irrelevant. And what I mean by that, it's irrelevant to kind of nitpick the left-right spectrum. It's just sort of a tool that is used to understand things. So yeah. But it is important to understand how things are different. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay. Mayflower Kid, it is not, I would not say it's an impossible amount to know, okay? Because Mayflower Kid, guys, so Mayflower Kid, I know I'm talking to you, Mayflower Kid, but Mayflower Kid, you have a hard science background, don't you? You have a hard science background. That's the thing, Mayflower Kid, is that there is truth in political science and history, but it's much less clear, or I should say, much more complicated than just like in a hard science background where you can do experimentation and come to very clear conclusions about things that have like 99.9% certainty. Okay. The theoretical stuff and the truth that you find in history or political science is never as cemented as that, if that makes sense. Okay. So it's complicated. But that's what I like about it, is that it's kind of, it's more like getting a vibe, okay? I reject this firm division between the political and economic. I don't think you can coherently understand. Yeah, I agree, Weird Amorphous Blob. Are you saying that to me? Forgive me. Are you saying that to someone else? Because I think I know that, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay, got you. All right. So, but that's what's fun about it, Mayflower Kid. You know what that also means, Mayflower Kid? That also means that you can have your own opinion on it, and what other people say, I mean, it matters, but it also means that it's something that we can debate. It's not always certain. I know, Mayflower Kid, right? That's okay. All right, guys. How's everyone doing? I know, I'm sorry. We're doing a bunch of theory today. I try to avoid doing theory. But when Weird Amorphous Blob in here, I can't help myself because I love doing theory with Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Okay, sure. Okay, fair, elevator lady. Fair. Okay. Weird Amorphous Blob, you should make a video with me. We should do one together because I think you and I think from what I can tell, you and I basically agree exactly on this. Okay. That you can still find evidence to support. Oh, of course, Doug, but it's not as strong as but that's not experimentation, Doug. You can't really do as much experimentation in political science or history. Yeah, theorizing with TWAB. Okay. All right. So anyway. And by the way, guys, this is why I'm trying to find something else to do real fast, guys. This is why I also often say that it's better to you don't have to do theory. Look at reality and think more. Theory is that you don't have to make that your first step in getting into politics. Okay. You don't even have to ever make it your step into getting into politics. It's useful in a lot of ways, but it's more about how you perceive the world, what you want to see in the world. Okay. Theory is lovely in a lot of ways, but if it's confusing, that doesn't mean that you can't understand the it overall. Okay. The world overall or whatever. Okay. Let me see here. Oh, this is interesting, Doug. So Antifa just sent this to us. Oh, it's an hour long, Doug. Oh, and it's not a video. Okay. You know what? We'll watch this short one. It's too long, Doug. I'm sorry. And without a video, I won't be able to keep people in here. I'm sorry to say, but that looks amazing. But I did find another one on Graham Plattner that was recommended based off this one, Doug. Let me put my face up here. Okay. Look, I lost everyone with the theory shit. Okay. So as only has history for our laboratory and use it to test the predictive powers of ideas. Correct. Okay. And that's the thing though. History is not okay. Yeah, exactly. And but to be clear, you know, I love theory, and I think it is useful and important. But the theory definitely, yeah, okay. So that's true. So Paul Squaw, I'm sorry, real fast, guys, before we watch this, Paul Squaw says political theory only has history for our laboratory, and yes, of course, as you know, Paul Squaw, events in history are not exactly. Clean experiments, okay? There's not like independent and dependent variables. It isn't done in a controlled environment. So they're good, they're like good chunks of information, but they're not as good as like hard science experiments, okay? But that's what I do, by the way. I'm a historian, and so I think it's important. All right, to do that, but it's never going to be as perfect as like hard science, at least for now. Okay. Agreed, Paul Squall. Materialism is very good. All right, so let's watch this. This is So this is from More Perfect Union. How dare you, Matt Saigai. This is called More Perfect Union. It's called The Most Shocking Election in America. Now, I know, guys. Okay, sure, Doug. I'll look through it and I'll find good selections. So this one is, guys, here's the thing. I know there's a lot of people who don't like Graham Plattner out there, okay? And that's why we're watching this is, I don't know. I don't know what to say about Graham Plattner. And I also know that, you know, electoralism is not the only thing we should be focused on. I am very curious, though, about Graham Plattner. And this is a video by More Perfect Union talking about Graham Plattner and how well he's doing in Maine, despite all the allegations against him. So I think it's going to be interesting for us to watch, at the very least, to see how, that election is going and why it's going that way. Okay. So let's see here. Matt Saigai, Sam, do you follow this? What political commentator, Matt Saigai? What political commentator? So let's watch this. It'll be interesting.
Collins had...
Okay, one second. Where's mine? Thank you, Matt Saigai. Please keep advertising for him in here. That's great. Okay, Weird Amorphous Blob, did you see me embracing the Plattner strategy in Discord? I'm going to detransition and sign up to bomb, oh my god, while having my bloodlust from Mills children exhaustively documented, so lefties will end up voting for me. That's so dark, Weird Amorphous Blob. I have heard that about him. I literally don't know much about him. I know I'm not a fan of him, his past, how he used to work for what? He used to work, not for BlackRock, he used to work for that evil company, that mercenary company, didn't he? And he has a Nazi tattoo, or at least he did. Not a big fan. Okay, Blackwater. But I am curious because of everything I'm hearing about what's happening in Maine around him and how he's doing very well. And I think, so I don't know what we're going to learn from it, but I just want to learn more about what's happening with him, okay? Maybe I did work for Blackwater, Matt Saigai. Maybe I did. Okay, I'm just kidding, all right? Maybe I work for the CIA right now. You don't know. If there's anyone in the CIA out there, please don't use that word as a trigger to come find me. Okay. Okay, I'm clipping. Let's watch. Yeah, right, Weird Amorphous Blob. He's very interesting political phenomena.
Has trounced every single challenger that has come.
Okay, let's watch.
In the state of...
Right, I love that, Paul Squaw. A humble machine gun contractor from Maine goes to Washington. That sounds like a cute movie.
Maine, if you go around and you ask any regular working class American, do you think you live in a political and economic system that has your best interests at heart? Absolutely nobody says yes. Nobody says yes.
Yeah.
Everybody knows somebody is robbing them.
There's a conventional wisdom about politics, about the kinds of candidates who are considered electable. Graham Plattner is not one of those candidates.
An oyster farmer and combat veteran challenging Republican Senator Susan.
Okay. So here's the thing, guys. You're going to probably hear me say all sorts of contradictory things. I like what he was saying there. Yeah, I mean, obviously, people will feel disenchanted. I hate how the media says things like, you know, he was a oyster farmer and a veteran, and a mercenary. Or did they say mercenary or veteran? Whatever. I feel like that is kind of, what's the term? Diluting the horror of the first thing, okay? Diluting the horror of the fact you worked for Blackwater, okay? That's pretty fucked up. To be like, oh, he was also an oyster farmer, though. Yeah, he murdered people, but he's also an oyster farmer. Isn't that cute? Look, he's like one of you. Again, I don't have an opinion on him yet. I don't like his background. I don't know much about him, though, so we'll see.
Collins faced an onslaught of damaging revelations. Previous tattoo that resembled a Nazi symbol.
It didn't resemble a Nazi symbol. It was a Nazi symbol. I also hate that framing. It was a Nazi symbol. Okay, it was a Totenkopf, which is an obvious Nazi symbol.
But somehow, against all odds, Graham Plattner is still in the race for Senate. And not only that, according to the latest polling, he's on track to win.
Graham Plattner's campaign for Senate has included large crowds.
Governor Janet Mills ending her campaign for Senate. Mills has consistently trailed Plattner in the polls, despite getting an endorsement from Chuck Schumer.
This has been one of the biggest disconnects that I've seen.
Yeah, is it a Nazi symbol if you play dumb about it, though, right, LaQuan? Like, I guess not. I guess not. If you're like, oopsie, oh, I didn't know all these years I had a Totenkopf Nazi tattoo on my chest. I'm just an ignorant little baby. Yeah, I don't blame the people who don't want to vote for him. Me neither, Philly. I don't. Guys, I gotta tell you though, I'm torn. I am torn. Okay? It is a fact, folks, that people can change after some kind of trauma or whatever it may be. I am not excusing what he did. I'm saying that, like, do we think he's lying? I am curious. I don't know. Okay. He should be in prison probably for being a war criminal. But I don't know. This is, I don't know. But we'll keep watching. We'll keep watching.
Seen after covering politics at NBC News for 10 years.
Is there a difference between the national media narrative on this and Maine?
It's a different reality.
He just kind of came out of nowhere.
I see you're holding a Graham sign, so you're a supporter?
Oh, yeah.
But to win the race for Senate, Graham Plattner will have to beat Susan Collins, who's backed by the...
I can't stand her. I can't stand her. It is weird, Drusilla. It is very weird that he didn't fix the tattoo sooner, okay?
Full weight of the Republican establishment.
Collins has trounced every single challenger that has come her way.
And to do that, he'll need to win.
I don't know how she trounced everyone. She's boring. She's a centrist. She has the dumbest voice imaginable.
Over her voters.
I'm an independent.
I am a huge Trump fan.
So I spent 4 days with Graham.
Guys, I'm a huge... You're going to clip that if I say that. I was going to be like, guys, I'm a huge Nazi. Okay, please don't clip that. That's kind of what he just did, though.
Plattner, driving across Maine, talking to voters, to find out
dare
how
you,
an
Philly
oyster
cheese.
farmer with no political experience ends up the front runner in one of the
How
most
dare you,
important
Paul Squat.
races in the country. And if the conventional wisdom says he's unelectable...
No, you're right. So she's not a centrist. She claims to be a centrist. She's far right, okay?
What would it mean if he won?
Who here, just show of hands, has their mind made up for the Senate race? Do you know who you're going to vote for? Or are we undecided at the table?
No, okay, I got to tell you, I know I keep pausing it. You know, isn't the center on the far right anyway? See, it kind of values it. So let's, oh my God, I'm so sick of theory right now. That's okay. So the, what was I going to say? I will say that's a way to get Trump voters to vote for you. Reveal that you have a Nazi tattoo, okay? And then talk about how you killed children when, I don't know if he killed children. I literally don't know if he did that. Talk about how you were part of this evil mercenary group and that you were a member of the U.S. Marines. That'll get the, that they will probably be like, oh my God, we love you so much. Yes, please. We will gladly vote for you. How many children did you kill? How many votes should we give to you? Okay, you know what? I'm going on here. We'll continue.
So this is your hometown?
Yeah, it's my hometown. I live across the street. And
Matt Saigai, how dare you? Matt Saigai says, why are you so much against rehabilitation and restorative justice? I'm not Matt Saigai. I am not. That's why I'm saying Matt Saigai. I don't know. I don't know what to think about him right now. I don't like him. But like, if he actually changed and suddenly like gets into office and like starts going crazy lefty, that would be nice. I don't think that'll happen. I'm just saying I want to learn more about the guy. I don't get. Okay, so Paul Squaw, he was a machine gunner in Fallujah. Oh, well then, yeah, I didn't know that, Paul Squaw. So he was a machine gunner in Fallujah. Oh, almost certainly he killed children then. Okay, probably definitely killed children. Okay, so oops, sorry, oops. Probably killed children then, right? Okay, well now we know. Okay, thank you. So then the Republicans will definitely love him.
I work out of the boat launch here. So that's my work float right there, and that white buoy is my mooring.
That's the office?
That's the office. Pretty idyllic. It's pretty idyllic.
Graham Plattner grew up in Sullivan, Maine. Population, 1,200. Not that long ago, he led a pretty quiet life.
That's fair, Tungster.
I usually wake
Spunky.
up 5:30, go out to the farm, and just spend the day handling shellfish. Making a living on the sea saved my life. I was not a happy person. After my military experience, being disillusioned and angry and PTSD, the whole 9 yards. And then I get to move back here, and I get to like sit on the ocean all day long. And over time, like that just made me a really happy guy. I began to realize that the only reason I got to do this.
Okay. It is true. I mean, you do get, yeah, I get that weird response, but like, for the folks out there who really hate Graham Plattner, I'm literally asking you this. He's saying he had PTSD. Okay, he had PTSD and stuff. That is very possible that he got majorly traumatized, and PTSD can really change people. Do we expect, obviously, would you, so if you guys were to say, is there something I'm missing about him? Well, I'm trying to ask, is there something I'm missing about him? Is there, do we think that he does, is there other reasons to expect he still is pro shit like that? I like, is there, you see what I mean? I'm literally asking if there's something I'm missing. Reddit says his Reddit seems to testify to that. He 180'd pretty quickly. Okay. All right. Interesting. But he did sign up for Blackwater. Ugh, that's what Doug said. Okay. All right. Let's keep listening.
It's because I get VA benefits.
Does he really, Paul Squaw? Okay.
Like I get health care. The VA.
Though admittedly, Paul Squaw, is he saying that to be political because Americans love the military? And I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying, I'm curious. Is he saying it because you like, I don't know any American politician who could openly say they're not pro-military service. I feel like that would be really rare.
He sends me money every month that I put towards my mortgage. This really basic foundational support is what allowed me to do this. And all of my neighbors who work just as hard, who are just as creative.
No, that's a really good point, Paul Squaw, and I actually take that critique. You're right. It shouldn't matter.
They're screwed. Things have gotten worse in my lifetime. This kind of life, whether you're lobstering, doing like carpentry and construction for summer homes, that used to be enough to like raise a family. And as the years have gone by, everybody around here still
I know,
works
Matt Saigai. In the end, Matt Saigai, it doesn't matter. Like, because the people of Maine will decide. I have no say in this.
Hard. In fact, in many ways, people work harder. And it isn't enough anymore.
There's less and less jobs, and there's even fewer good jobs. Different mills are going out of business. Manufacturing's long gone.
It was one of the busiest paper mills in North America.
And basically, it's all gone.
Yeah, Sylvie, and to be clear, again, guys, to be clear, the people of Maine are going to decide. I have no say in this, okay? Like, I'm torn on him, but my opinion doesn't matter at all. I don't get a say on it. I'm interested in the political phenomenon, okay? I'm interested in the political phenomenon of Graham Plattner.
It kills it.
Farming industry, fishing industry, forestry, those heritage industries, they've changed so dramatically that we can't experience rural living anymore.
The hospitals are on the verge of going bankrupt or doing away with services, and you have to travel further and further.
Price of housing has gone up quite a bit. Yeah.
I mean, we're in a park because we can't afford anything else.
Paul Squaw, what I mean is that I have no say in whether or not he becomes a senator or not, okay? So what I say doesn't matter in terms of affecting whether he gets elected or not, okay? I have no power to decide if he becomes a senator.
So all this is happening, and I'm like looking around at the community that I grew up in, that I love, that's essentially dying.
Exactly. Weird Orders Blob, which is gross.
It's through no fault of anyone's here. I mean, it's all happening because of much larger forces.
In 1990, there were fewer than 100 billionaires in the United States. Today, there are over 800. When you look around, do you see a society and a community that is 8 times wealthier than the one we had in 1990? No. That money went somewhere, and we all know where it went.
On August 19th,
Okay,
Graham announced
I keep
his run for
pausing this,
Senate.
guys. I keep pausing it. So who is he running against? Here's an honest question for you. Like, he's running against Susan Collins, right? So for for you guys who do not like Graham Plattner, if people are going to go vote, who do you want them to vote for? Susan Collins? Because like I don't see what's the other option. Is there any other options right now? I'm just curious because like maybe I'll look it up.
The video took off, getting millions of views in days. And soon, Graham was doing town halls all across the state.
By September 1st, I was on stage with Bernie giving my first real big speech to a crowd of 7,000 people.
We live in a system that has been built by the political class to enrich billionaires.
Paul Squaw, I get it, right? But Paul Squaw, so let's theoretically, right? If we ignore what we actually want to have happen, I guess for a moment, if like someone was going to vote, regardless if there was no revolution happening, okay, who would be better for that person to vote for, right?
On the backs of working people.
But by October, things took a turn. Janet Mills, the 78-year-old governor, entered the race, backed by the Democratic Party establishment. And just a few days later, the stories started coming out.
We knew when we said yes, Amy and I knew that like it was going to be intense, but man.
In recent weeks, he's faced an onslaught of damaging revelations.
Social media comments have surfaced lately, along with images of a tattoo
that resembled a Nazi symbol.
I mean, waking up, opening my phone, and like seeing a CNN story, which is like, this man is a secret Nazi. That sucks.
When Graham found out...
Okay, I literally don't have any mercy for him in this regard. You had a Nazi tattoo. You should have known better. After all those years, you should have known better by then. Yes, it's sexy to see you shirtless with, you know, whatever, but it's not good to see the... Okay, I'm just messing with you. Okay, yeah.
Tattoo resembled a design associated with the German SS. He got it covered up. But that didn't...
No, right, but LaQuad, this is my issue, right? And I'm not saying it's my issue. I'm not turned on by Nazi tats. Okay, I'm being disgusting. Okay. So, but LaQuad, like, who, if we were to look at, I'm literally asking, I don't know what his views are in international affairs. Okay. Hilarious, soulless death and despair. But who would be worse for international affairs? Who would do worse things on behalf of the American empire if they were elected? Susan Collins or Graham Plattner. And my thought would be probably Susan Collins. This is not, okay. Well, let's just keep going. Guys, I don't know. I'm literally just kind of spitballing.
Stop the story from taking off.
When you get to the point where you're denying on a podcast that you're a Nazi, I think it's over, you know? Yeah. And so it's just over.
I am not a secret Nazi. Actually, if you read through my Reddit comments, I think you can pretty much figure out where I stand on Nazism.
Writing as P. Hustle on Reddit, Graham posted more than 1,800 times. His comments don't paint a picture of a neo-Nazi, but some are hard to ignore.
Including one Reddit post where he seemed to make light of sexual assault.
Yeah.
For those of you who have read these things and seen someone that you don't recognize, I am deeply sorry. I see someone that I don't recognize either. I have absolutely no problem talking about my life.
And I'm fully okay with explaining that.
Yeah, that's fair, Weird Amorphous Blob. Say, Elevator Lady, it's from a sub someone gifted to me. It came with those. God damn it, Elevator Lady. Is that from a different streamer, Elevator Lady? How dare you cheat on me with a different streamer? How dare you dirtify my chat with your cheating emojis from another streamer? How dare you?
Who I am today is not the person I've always been. I think most people fundamentally understand that, because I think
those are really cool emojis. I know, but those are really cool emojis, Elevator Lady, actually. I really like the Lenin one.
A lot of us have probably changed at some point.
I do need to
over
up
our
my
lives.
emoji game.
After my 4th deployment, after I got out of the Army, I felt very...
Oh, that's who that is. Okay, yeah, I know. I need Lenin. I know. I need Lenin. I need Lenin emojis and Thomas Sankara emojis. I know. I need to create more. Okay, I'll create some commie emojis. God. Okay, look at the God. Here comes Elevator Lady with the Vanguard Party pushing an agenda and pushing forward the progress of history by forcing me to make goddamn emojis. Okay, fine. All right. Give us Lenin. Okay, let's see here. You say, yeah, I suppose she'd probably be worse, but there is a point to the Democrats and Republicans being uniparty. I know that's really a good point, LaCroix. That's a good point. Okay.
Isolated and alone in the real world. I went looking for some sense of like connection or community.
Oh, that's actually a really good idea. A Jester Marks. That'd be fantastic. Okay. Yeah, watching the entirety of opportunism and the collapse of the Second International on stream, right? You're right. I need a Jester Sankara. I need a Jester Marks. I need a Jester Lenin. Oh my God, I'm going to do that.
So I, posted on Reddit. And as personally unpleasant as it is to explain dumb things I said on the internet 14 years ago, I almost feel lucky that I get to display very publicly evidence that, yeah, people can change.
Soulless.
You can.
Hey, that's rude, soulless death and despair. That's rude. But yes, no, you're right. Okay, fair, right. Jesters are good, aren't they? I think, yeah, they're good. I mean, they're good. I'm saying.
Angry young dude with stupid opinions on the internet.
Throw in a Jester Bakunin for the anarchist. I could do that, Weird Amorphous Blob, right?
But if you get
what about a Jester Chomsky? I'm joking. I would never do that. I hope you get that joke, Weird Amorphous Blob.
Involved in your community, if you build relationships, if you go to therapy, this is entirely possible.
You see the ads, you hear the little snippets, but to spend, we just spent an hour and a half with him, and it changes the perspective.
After the controversy, many were quick to declare the campaign dead in the water.
Ooh, I could
on the ground in Maine,
yes, Jester Mamdani. I could do a Jester Mamdani. That'd be fun.
It was a completely different story.
I see you're holding a Graham sign, so you're a supporter?
Oh, yeah. He's a breath of fresh air. I really want him to be elected.
In poll after poll, Graham wasn't just beating
Invalid axiom, you disgust me. No Jester Genghis Khan.
Janet Mills among Democratic primary voters.
Okay.
It wasn't even close.
Yeah, she crushed him. She crushed him, her. Okay, crushed her.
I have woken up a lot to what the old guard stands for, and I need something new.
I'm tired of these old folks. We need young people in here that are truly impacted by what's going to go on, what's going to happen to their children.
People want to hear about the future. People want to hear about your policies. And people also want access to you so they can figure out if you're full of shit or not.
He doesn't sound like he focus grouped everything that comes out of his mouth.
We have a lot of folks who are politicians.
See, this is interesting. This is like the Trump phenomenon. Like, people like that he seems real. Okay. Yeah, I can 100% believe that he finally started to go to therapy. That's very possible. Sylvie, you 100% could be right. Okay. Yeah, I am inclined to believe that he did actually change to some extent. Okay. I think that, I don't know what else I was going to say. Okay. Cause I had family members who fought in the military, who fought my grandfather fought in World War II and stuff. He had major PTSD from it. There have been a lot of lefties out there who were soldiers, by the way, who were prior soldiers, and who became very traumatized by it. Yeah, so, but I don't know. I'm going to keep watching, but this is very similar to the Trump phenomenon. People are sick of the status quo, right? So what's funny is that in the end, the fact that this is the guy that people like, whether it's good or not, is partially the Democrats' fault. It's partially the system's fault because people are sick of the establishment, right? And he at least does not appear like the establishment. Whether it's true or not, he does not come across as part of the establishment, very much like Trump, okay? Who is a part of the establishment, but who gave the illusion that he was not. Same thing with Farage. Farage gives himself the image of being part of the of not being part of the establishment and fighting against it, even though he is like hyper establishment. So this is just one more. What's the term? He's just one more example of this, whether it's good or not. Okay, it's interesting to me.
Actually don't spend much time around regular Americans. I think that's because if they did.
Yeah, Paul Squall, what was his name? Guys, what was the name of Boris Johnson? Is that who you mean, Paul Squall?
A lot of regular Americans would sniff out that they're charlatans.
We're so tired of just the same scripted lines, this fear that you can't do anything new because it might piss somebody off.
Everybody say, shuck the oligarchy.
No billionaires.
That's
no
based.
billionaires.
That's based.
By late April, the
Guys,
writing was on the wall.
I will say he's very good at what he does. Okay, like just watching him, this is good lefty populism, at least in terms, or at least, you know, in terms of how he's approaching things.
After months of trailing Graham in the polls, Janet Mills dropped out.
Or okay, if we ask Mr. Beat though, look, he's such a well, maybe I shouldn't use that term for him because maybe he is a reactionary, but you know, but Mr. Beat would say, "Oh my, look at this reactionary trying to scapegoat the billionaires."
Do you think your rise says more about you as a candidate or the appetite in Maine to address those kind of
It's
things?
the appetite. Yeah, hands down. The things I talk about on the campaign trail are the things that I've just heard from all of my neighbors for years. Republican, Democrat, Independent, none of that matters. Our material needs are exactly the same, and they are deteriorating.
But guys, like the words, when he uses words like material needs, I can't help but think he actually is a lefty. Like you don't hear a lot of libs or right wingers using the phrase material needs. I know maybe it's like signaling. I'm just saying, okay.
Because the system has been built by people that are just trying to exploit us.
To win in the general, Graham will have to beat Susan Collins, who's defended her seat for more than 30 years and is currently sitting on tens of millions of dollars from the Republican establishment.
Of course.
And to beat Susan Collins, Graham will need to win over her voters.
I'm a registered Republican, but I feel like I'm a moderate Republican.
I'm independent.
Yeah?
Yeah, same.
Both heard of Graham Plattner?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard about him. I still don't know a lot about him, so.
I haven't looked into it deep enough. That's why I'm here today. I hear a lot of hype around it, a lot of good things, a couple questionable things, so.
Conventional wisdom would tell you that these voters would never go for someone like Graham Plattner, that his support for policies like Medicare for All and taxing the rich will be seen as too...
1 second, folks. All right, folks. All right. So let's finish this. So, yes, I do appreciate that he calls what happened in Palestine a genocide. I didn't know that. That's amazing. Okay. All right. Actually, I did know that. That is great. Okay, let's go on.
Radical.
Is this going to be a situation where the Democrats are not in touch with what persuadable middle-of-the-road
I agree, Outer Signal.
voters in Maine and elsewhere are going to be receptive to?
But his campaign is betting that the opposite is true.
I think it's a moderate position to want to break up corporate power in this country, because every single normal working person I know thinks that's what has to happen. All of them.
So we decided to put that theory to the test.
We've been going around the state of Maine for the last 4 days, and people told us when we got up here that everybody knows each other in Maine.
We do.
Yeah.
See? Or we're related either way.
Or we're related.
Okay, we've sat for an hour-long conversation with these three. Wow.
Being an independent, I vote who I think the best candidate is. I voted for Susan Collins because of her
Oh, I agree. I'm so sick of the misuse of the word radical, yeah.
experience and her, in the past, reaching across party lines. Things have changed. This is the first time I've been scared of my government.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm such an asshole, but this lady, like, really? Wow, how privileged have you been that this is the first time you've ever been afraid of your government? Where have you been all these years? Have you been in a goddamn cave? Like, good for you. Wow. Okay, great. The first time you've ever been afraid of your government. Okay. That's privilege for you, dear God. Okay. Yeah, must be a very nice lady for fuck's sake. Okay. Like, great. Love that. Okay. I'm sure that means that every single time she saw the government killing a person of color, she's like, well, I don't need to be afraid of the government because they're not like me, right? Even when they attacked white people, I guess she was like, that's fine. It's not me. Okay. Yeah. Guys, is anyone here never felt afraid of their government? Please, just if you've never felt afraid of your government, maybe you need to find a new community because I feel like you're missing the script. Okay. A little bit. Okay. Anyway, give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. I have to go deal with something that just happened. Give me like 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'll be right back, and then we'll finish watching this, okay? Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Let's finish, shall we? Let's continue. All right. Let's continue. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Let's take a look here. What we're so what are we watching? We're still watching this. Where's my face? All right. No. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see what else. Let's continue this. Yes, Matt. I am gonna end the stream after this. Okay, but we're gonna because I have dinner coming. I'm very hungry. Okay. Okay. So let's watch this. This is We'll keep watching. Let's go. Oh wait, what the fuck? Do we went back to the beginning? God damn it. Okay, we'll go back to the center. Whatever. Dinner's 10. Let's go here. So we'll go back here.
Knows
right?
each other in Maine.
We do.
Right.
Yeah.
See? Or we're related either way.
Or we're related.
Okay, so they started talking for like
Being an
3.
independent, I vote who I think the best
Philly
candidate
cheese, I hate you
is.
so much.
I voted for Susan Collins
Oh, this lady again.
because of her experience and her, in the past, reaching across party lines. Things have changed. This is the first time I've been scared of my government.
Okay. Let's talk about each of your politics, whoever wants to go first.
Okay, I've been a lifelong Republican. I did not
Oh, why are all these people are like the worst people on the planet? I swear to God.
vote for either.
I've never thought my government would be. I would never thought my government was a threat to me ever before. Well, good for you. And I've been a lifelong Nazi. I've been a Nazi my whole life. Okay.
The time for Trump. You might call me left-leaning Republican.
What the fuck does that mean? What's a left-leaning Republican?
But
That's an interesting one to unpack.
whatever. I voted for Susan Collins last time, but I will not vote for her again this time
Louise.
because I think she's too old, and I
How
think
dare you,
that
Louise?
She takes the political way out, which I call cowardly sometimes.
I guess I'm quite a bit different. So my faith in God trumps everything, and I'm just not into all the woke stuff. I'm just not. You know, I'm traditional. So I am a huge Trump fan. I'm sorry.
How do you feel about
He loves the Fuhrer, folks. Come on.
Collins? I don't know. I feel that I have to vote for Susan Collins because I'm obligated, but part of me wants to.
You're curious.
Rock the apple cart a little bit. And how old is she? 70?
74, 75.
74, 70. Yeah. I mean, it's like I thought she was gonna. Didn't she say?
Hey, TJ, what's up, TJ? You said nice. Glad no one can answer you. What are you referring to? Did I miss something? Did you have a question? Should I go back up and look at?
Two terms. There we go.
She did.
So what happened? I mean, and then when you go that long, you just kind of lose touch, right? I've never seen her at an event or anything else. I know she's busy.
So TJ, you're saying here. I asked this to every leftist here. You put it in quotes. Why is damaging an Elbit Systems? What's that? What's an Elbit System factory? Why is damaging an Elbit Systems factory a based thing, but then boosting jobs in BIW in Maine a based thing? What are you referring to there, TJ? So TJ, we're watching this. I don't know much about Graham Plattner. I'm trying to learn about him because I know there's a lot of controversy. So what is a B? I'm literally curious. You said here, okay, so Elbit Systems is a weapons logistics company. Okay. But then boosting jobs in BIW. What's BIW? See, now I have to look up what these things mean. God damn it, TJ, what are these things? Major part of Israel's genocide in Gaza. Israeli Weapons Logistics Company. Okay, and that is which one? Got you. So what's BIW? You know what? I'm going to look it up. Let me look it up. BIW. Is it in Maine? Oh, the Bath Iron Works in Maine? That would make sense. Okay, so the Bath Iron Works. Okay, another weapons manufacturer. And Susan Collins just announced a contract award to them because she's a monster, of course. What is, don't worry, Plattner's biggest hater is Bad Empanada, and I'm ahead of him by several months in rhetoric. That's fair, but but I'm curious though. I'm trying to get everyone's perspective on him, TJ. What is BIW have to do with Graham Plattner? You mentioned Graham Plattner. I'm curious. I don't know. What are you? BIW, Maine, Graham Plattner. Oh, so his campaign promises more jobs in the ships building industry. Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay, I'm just gonna look it up real fast, TJ. Graham Plattner. I can't spell Plattner. Shipbuilding industry. So, okay, that's just trying to find. He is asking why people would support BIW and cheer on damage to Elbit systems. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so oh, I see. Because Graham Plattner supports BIW because he's claiming to advocate for jobs for BIW. Is that what you're saying? Okay, interesting. Yeah, well, that is ridiculous because clearly not pro weapons manufacturing in any sense, especially when used for genocide. But in any sense, okay. So I'm having trouble finding. It looks like I see this. He's talking about shipbuilding and shit. Oh, okay. For the Pentagon. Okay, that's annoying. Interesting. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm gonna look more into that. I'm gonna finish watching this, but that's really interesting.
She's got a lot of things going on, but you gotta reach out to the people here.
Yeah, well, TJ, from what I read, it does appear that that he is saying he was criticizing the Pentagon for not spending that money in Maine because they don't want unionized jobs there. So you're kind of right there, TJ. It does appear as though he is saying, well, we want to build those ships here because we want more unionized jobs for shipbuilding military ships, which is problematic, absolutely problematic. And now the reason I'm not taking it I have to read more about it, but that sounds horrific. Okay.
You know, you're ready to cross the table there. That's pretty impressive. So, that's where I come from.
Okay.
Yep.
I think before we get into the discussion, like we got...
so fast. God damn it! What happened? What's happening? Why is it being weird to me? Why is everything falling apart all of a sudden?
Oh yeah, can I describe my politics?
There we go.
Oh yeah, Graham. Sorry, we skipped you.
I will keep it quick, but I'm running as a Democrat, but I have a lot of criticism of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party that I have respect for was the party of FDR, a party that actually represented the interest of working people and wasn't a party that was beholden to corporate power, which at this point, our higher politics is just that.
I think really everybody talk about billionaires, right? Billionaires, this, and that. And it just seems like every time there's an effort to get after the billionaires, to get them to pay.
Yeah, just to be
share whatever.
Interesting. I will say, TJ, when you came in here and you mentioned that, like lots of the people in here really can't stand Graham don't like Plattner. So I would not generalize about the lefties at here because like it seems like most of us we're not big fans. I'm only watching this because I don't know much about him, right? So I'm literally trying to learn about him. There are some people here who do like him. I'm just saying, yeah.
Sounds great, always sounds great. But every time you take that swing, it misses and slams the middle class.
Yeah.
Yes. Instead of like hiring 60,000 IRS agents that are going to go through all the small self-employed guys and hey, where's your gas receipt? Hassling us with that. There's got to be some way to bolster middle class businesses, small businesses.
We are in 100% agreement I have a small oyster farm.
Right.
And I run a small business and deal with all of the pain in the
What?
ass of dealing with that. For smaller operations, it's difficult to like be compliant. It's hard to like hit all the requirements because many of them are made.
That is true. That is true. Sylvie, you say TJ is not voting for him. This is I'm glad you came in here, TJ. It's spark because I wanted to talk about him. TJ is not voting him going to stop the ships from being built. It did appear as though that I will say I did read that Susan Collins did a $1 billion contract with that company. And he would be replacing her. Now, obviously, if the two options are Graham Plattner and Susan Collins, one who made this giant contract and one who didn't, I don't know. I need to know more about both of them.
Specifically to incentivize the larger operations. They can hit it, but if you're a small farm,
TJ, that's how things work here. That's the problem. We have a two-party system. That's fucked up about America is that we have a two-party system. So those are the options. Like you can't, and I don't think there's any. I don't know if there's many other options. And TJ, again, I don't know. I'm just saying okay. Okay. See here. Why not question the second option and see if he's actually a leftist? Well, that is what's happened. That's why we're doing this, because like a lot of us do question whether he's actually a leftist. He had a Nazi tattoo, for God's sake, and he worked for Blackwater, and he was in Fallujah during Iraq. Okay, TJ. So TJ, you're coming in hot, TJ. What are the other options, TJ? I'm asking because okay. Yeah. Well, okay. All right.
You don't have an extra $100,000 to go build some, like state-of-the-art facility. What it really does is it puts small operators out of business and only the big ones can maintain it. And suddenly we have more Walmarts, more Home Depots, less hardware stores. Yep. It all gets eaten up by these corporate entities. And I'm fully convinced it's not an accident. It's not a coincidence. This happens very much because establishment politicians write policies that are good for the people that lobby them and donate the most money to them.
That's a problem.
It's a huge problem.
Let me take a temperature check right there. Just going around the table, the Goldilocks question: do billionaires have too much power, not enough power, or just the right amount of power? What do we think?
That is such a this is why I hate the framing. I hate the framing of this that they even ask this question anymore. Of course there's too much power amongst the billionaires, right? What a dumb question. Okay.
Too much power. I fully agree with all of this. And as a traditional Republican, the one thing that traditional Republicans believe strongly in is less government regulation over our business and individual lives. Absolutely.
I think the billionaires are running the country right now.
Good.
So I don't think it's Trump. Yeah. I think it's being run by the billionaires.
Weirdly based take from the woman who said she never felt threatened by her government. I mean, not based, but it's an obvious take that everyone should have, but weird thing, okay?
Okay, interesting. Too much, not enough, just right, billionaire power.
No, I do. I think they, you see it everywhere. They got money talks, right?
So we're in agreement on that, but your question is kind of like, Graham, you talk about reining in that power, but how do you make sure that you don't take a swing at the billionaires and hit a guy who's worried about?
I think, and I'll just be upfront, I think that the reason that it's hit the middle class every time they try is that they're not actually trying. Because if they did, it would bother the people that donate the most money to them. And in this political system, that's all any of these folks seem to care about. I will say on the IRS thing, so my old roommate, when I was going to college.
Well, we must love says, my only criticism is that it appears she thinks it's a recent phenomenon. Yeah, no, I know you're right. I'm just being a dick because I can't. I got soured on her as soon as she said that she never was worried about her government. Dear God.
He's an IRS special agent. And for years, he would always tell me, he's like, it's very funny. When our budget gets cut, our bosses come down and say, it is time to go after small and medium-sized businesses. Because we don't have the manpower or the resources to go tangle with a billionaire's legal team.
Yeah.
It's much.
That's another big issue, guys. We don't talk about it much. LaQuabois probably knows more about this. Yeah. Um, okay. So yeah. But anyway, LaCroix. So what's funny here is that LaCroix probably knows well about this. Like even guys, the parts of the American system where like we have laws that are good laws, there is such a differential in the amount of resources that different people can marshal to defend themselves in court, right? So like, yeah. What was he saying? He said, sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
And say it is time to go after small and medium-sized businesses because we don't have the manpower or the resources to go tangle with them.
Yeah. So like big corporate entities have so many legal resources. They're so rich, they can have like whole teams of lawyers that are the best lawyers in the country. Lawyers in general favor going into corporate law because they get paid a lot more than like a public defender does. So there's also massive inequality in terms of legal representation, which makes it hard for the little guy to go after big companies because they'll just outspend for better lawyers and be able to get around it that way. It's pretty dark.
Billionaire's legal team. It's much easier just to go down and go after just a small bit.
You're right. Okay, fine. Weird amorphous blob. You're right. Fine. You're right. Okay, you're actually right. I'm being too critical of her. Right.
And he's like,
ducks.
Boy, that's right. Well, no, I mean, like, I'll be entirely. I mean, I get audited. Like, that's gonna like really mess my. I mean, we'll pass, but it's gonna mess my life up.
Oh yeah.
Like, you're gonna have to.
LaCroix, you don't have to answer this. I am curious because LaCroix here is a paralegal and is going to become a lawyer at some point. Have you ever been tempted to go into corporate law? I would if I were you. As in, like, I'd be tempted because I'm sure if when you were searching for a job, I bet you're like, oh, I could be paid $300,000 a year, or I can be paid $42,000 a year. I'm not really sure the but like it's a big pressure on a lot of. You don't have to tell me what you would do at what you would do, LaCroix, but like it's a lot of pressure on especially recent grads who have tons of debt due to our messed up education system to go into corporate law. And it makes it harder to get good lawyers to go into like public defense, et cetera.
Go through and find all the receipts that you put in a box 4 years ago, like all of that. It's a frig. and what's amazing to me is we're doing that. Meanwhile, the total amount of uncollected taxes from corporations in this country is in the hundreds of billions of dollars.
Jesus Christ. See, that's so ridiculous, LaCroix. You looked at job listings from BP and stuff. It's twice the salary you're currently making. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Our traditional American free enterprise system is broken. It is no longer free enterprise. It's some kind of state oligarchic something or other, whatever.
I agree with
No,
what Graham
Drusilla,
was saying.
I meant the American government, okay? Forgive me. I understand if you don't feel threatened, Drusilla, because your government, well, I don't know enough about the Norwegian government to know people should be afraid of it, but like I'm mainly talking about the U.S. government, okay?
It's just, how do you get there?
Yeah.
You know, you're one person.
Right.
And we know what happens in Congress when somebody goes against, you know, their party.
Shocking,
like
weird amorphous blob.
Republicans, they go against Trump, you know, and then they're blackballed. But the Democrats seem to back down. And that really pisses me off. I just
Join
want
the
somebody
club.
who is going to represent me as a constituent. And I want them to be stern about it.
Do you feel like there's something that they would be stern about, the Democrats? Like, what comes to mind there?
Oh.
If I have a
there's stuff that the Democrats are stern about. Come on. Guys, name some of the things Democrats are stern about in chat. They're very stern about promoting imperialism, right? They, you know, we better, Trump is horrible on Iran. He's not right-wing enough. We need to bomb Iran more. He ended the war before he actually got the nukes. They're very stern about the left, right? You can't have or at least about progressives, I should say. You can't have these progressives in Congress. That's, you know, we're very stern about that. You can't have Bernie win, right? There are certain things that they're very, very stern on. Okay, elevator lady, stern on Bibi. Exactly, stern on Bibi. They love Bibi, right? Love Bibi Netanyahu. They would very sternly blow him in the coat room of Congress. Okay, so you know, so yeah, there are some things that the Democrats are very stern on, right? Guys, don't forget, Kamala Harris said bullshit. Ooh, we watched a video where Kamala Harris said the word bullshit. Oh. Oh, how stern they are. Okay, whatever. Whatever.
Choice.
Yeah.
And I look at like two candidates. I
Yeah.
just have to go with what I feel is the best
Yeah.
to represent myself and my family.
One last question, and anybody can have an answer, and there's a lot of time to go between now and then. But if we were living in the future and the election were today, which way are you going between, let's say, Graham, Collins, and if it's not for Graham, what does somebody like that have to do to earn support after things that you've heard?
With me, it's 100%. I vote my Bible, obedience to God.
What a cuck. I'm sorry. I don't listen. I'm not doing a religion thing. I just don't like when people use the term like obedience and shit to anything. Like, why are you confessing that you want to be obedient to someone? Like, why do you be like, I want to be so, please God, Daddy, punish me. Put me in chains and make me do your will. Like, why are you using the word obedient? It's weird. It's like dystopian. Okay. It's weird and dystopian. Okay. To like say that you want obedience to anything or anyone. It's like a slave mentality. Whatever. It's fine. And I get that, there are there's religious beliefs out there and shit. Okay. About how being even the word Islam means submission to God. So I'm not referring to that. I mean, openly saying I want to be obedient to God. And I don't care if it's God or anyone else. Like, what do you mean I want to be obedient? Like, save that for the leather party you're going to, okay? Save that for the goddamn BDSM get-together you have. But you're a human being, and you should feel, okay, you know what? It's fine. At least he says it openly, unlike a lot of, except for a lot of MAGA people who just want to do it without saying they want to be obedient to God or obedient to Trump. All right. Okay. Right, Drusilla.
One. And honestly, with a lot of issues, Susan Collins and you were right in line with a lot of those. And that's the problem for me.
I want somebody who listens to their constituents and votes what the people of Maine want, not just what your Democratic Party tell you to vote.
Yep. You got to come home and
You
listen.
just got to listen to what we're saying. It's really important.
Admittedly, this is one of the issues. This sounds so bad. This is one of the issue. Right, Jonas. Yeah, I know exactly, Jonas. It's it's not a political goal. Obedience to God is not a political goal. Okay. So anyway, and by the way, this isn't a God thing. I want to be clear. I'm saying that just using the word obedience in that way, I'm doing this because I'm obedient to this or that or this person or that thing. You think for yourself, okay? Think for yourself. All right. So, yeah, right. I'll be invalid. Exactly invalid axiom. It is an invalid axiom to preach to say you're going to be obedient to anything as a political ideology, okay? Or obedient to. Okay, whatever. What was I about to say? I lost it. Okay. Here we go.
The people of Maine want, not just what your Democratic Party tell you to vote.
Yep. You got to come home and
You
listen.
just got to listen to what we're saying. It's really important.
Well, I'm going to disenroll as a Republican so I can vote for you in the primary.
Well, thank you.
I will say, one of my critiques of democracy, I know I sound like authoritarian, I don't care, I'm going to say it anyway. One of my critiques of democracy is that I don't always think that the people know what's best. I know, I gotta tell you, but just look at the people here that he's talking to, and they're like, well, you should just listen to what we want. Well, some of the things that these people believe are probably not things that I would want Graham Plattner to do. Let's put it that way. Okay? You see what I mean? I don't know. This is a complex issue. I support democracy, but at the same time, I don't know. It's so complicated. Yeah, you know it. You know it. Weird amorphous blob. I'm just okay. I think democracy is the best form of government, except for all the others that have been tried. is the worst form of government, except for all the others that have been tried. But like, it's, I don't know, whatever. I'm overthinking.
Appreciate that, yeah.
You know, I'll spread the word.
Please do.
I'm pretty influential in my town.
He's kind of a big deal.
So, will Graham Plattner be the next senator from Maine? Only time will tell. But no matter what happens, it's clear his campaign has struck a nerve.
You a hopeful guy?
Yeah, deeply. Because I've been living in a small community for a very long time, and I've realized the vast majority of people in this country are fundamentally good people. Even folks I wildly disagreed with, they're still good folks. Most of them still really do show up for their neighbors and for their family.
So human beings, so this, all right. I get what he's getting at there. Human beings are human beings, right? Obviously. I'm nitpicking, but like, I don't like when people say like they're fundamentally good or fundamentally bad. They're people. It's kind of like, I know he's saying it because he's a politician. Yeah, the people you represent are people. Anyway, I don't know. I know that I'm being stupid. Whatever.
People in our communities that we do not agree with, when you really boil it down, they're out there struggling in the same broken system that we are.
Overall, I was impressed with him as a person. A lot of things he said really resounded with me, you know, growing up in Maine and going through some tough times.
Big money's running this country right now, and we need people going there that are going to do what's right for the people of Maine.
We are so tired of the establishment, and Maine is a very...
Yeah, there you go, Jonas. We're gray, right? We're like blank slates to some extent, and we're not completely blank slates. There's genetics, there's other things, there's environment. We are created by our environments, our genetics, our experiences. And, you know, guys, everyone can do things that are bad, right? I mean, are things that are morally we don't agree with, right? I've done things that are bad, okay? Drusilla has done things that are bad. Drusilla only does things that are bad, really. Like, you see what, okay, so like, yeah, but I get it. He's a politician, and it's an irrelevant point. I just get sick of that idea because it's dehumanizing. If we think that people are just fundamentally good, or like that they're just like certain people are just good, right? They're just good. Well, that kind of gets rid of a lot of nuance. And ignores the material realities of the world. Let's put it that way. Drusilla, I'm sorry, Drusilla. You know I love you. You're so cute. You're so cute, Drusilla. I say I'm not flirting with you. I'm just trying to distract you from the mean stuff I said. Okay, let's go on.
very anti-establishment states. We want people who are fearless, who have bold ideas, and I'm really excited about Graham Plattner. I wasn't sure coming into this.
But even if he wins, Graham Plattner is still just one guy, chasing one Senate seat.
A Senate seat isn't gonna be enough to get us Medicare for all.
Which is why his campaign is also building something much more ambitious.
Politics is about power. And in this society, power is either organized money or it's organized people. And the money is organized, it always has been, and it always will be until we organize enough people to pull it back. I think people are beginning to realize if we are going to build the future, that's good.
Mayflower Kid, CR is officially becoming background noise on my phone. What the fuck does that mean, Mayflower Kid? I better be front noise. I don't know what that means, but okay.
Good for everybody in this society. The only way for us to build power is to find it in each other. There's no other way out of this thing.
He's right.
Well, Graham, do you think there's any oysters in the Potomac River?
I hope not, because they're saltwater creatures. So if there are oysters up the Potomac, you guys should start getting pretty worried.
Okay, there's the cutesy part at the end. All right.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Cheers. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Okay, right on.
All right, interesting. So, yeah, thank you, foreground noise, whatever the fuck it's called, LaCroix. What do I look like? Someone that knows words? I don't know words. Okay, I know the best words. I know the best words, as Donald Trump said. Okay, Plattner, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you know what you sound like to me, Mayflower Kid? Blah, 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 blah. I'm Mayflower Kid. Blah, 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 blah. Diseases are bad. Blah, blah, blah. Don't smoke. Blah, blah, blah. That's what you sound like, Mayflower Kid. Jesus Christ. I know the best and the most tremendous words. Okay. Anyway, so that was interesting. Graham Plattner, who is doing very well in Maine right now, very, very well. I suspect he will win the election and probably be sent to, will probably end up in Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid says, wow, suck it, CR. And then you sing a lovely little song, okay? Thank you, Mayflower Kid. So, okay. What was I going to say? I don't know. So that's Graham Plattner. Is anyone here in Maine and is going to be voting in this election? I'm curious. Is anyone is anyone in here in Maine and is going to be voting in this election? I'm just curious, you know. Well, Sylvie, that's up to you, right, Sylvie? So apparently right now the two options are what? Susan Collins and this guy, Graham Plattner. And yeah. Your brother's in Maine? Okay. Interesting. And yeah, so all right. I got some friends in Maine. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, that's Graham Plattner. I need to read more about him, guys. I literally don't know that much about him. I'll read more about him. I also need to read more about the political situation in Maine. The other extreme from Plattner is Toby Doden. Toby Doden. Toby Doden. Ew. Oh my God, he looks like an asshole. I'm sorry. If anyone here looks like that, I don't mean to demonize you, but he looks like a Republican asshole, okay? He has the phrenology. You know what? Never mind. I sound like an asshole now. Okay, but look at that red face. He looks like what's his face? Yeah, Louise. He looks like what, Alex Jones kind of face. Okay. Who is this? As Trump now knows and Doden may learn, the governing is harder than the shakeup. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, he looks like Doug Ford. That is so true. That is so true. Okay. I'm going to read about this guy. Oh, he's in South Dakota? Ew. So what, is he just he's a big time fascist, I'm guessing? What'd you say, TJ? I'm sorry. You said what? If speaking of brothers, did you know that Graham Plattner's brother is in the IDF intelligence and has met the oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. It doesn't mean anything if it's his brother, but let me take a look, okay? I mean, families get divided all the time over Israel. But let me see here. I'll take a look. Graham Plattner. Plattner himself has openly been pro-Palestine, hasn't he? But like, I know that you know, if he's trying to fund warships that'll be used over there, then that's kind of a contradiction. Graham Plattner, brother. A stepbrother named Seth Frantzman. No, he has a stepbrother named who's involved there. Okay. Well, but admittedly, if he's a stepbrother, then they probably will run into each other sometimes. But let me see here. I can't find. I'm not trying to. I don't know enough about him. I'm not finding a good source on this. I believe you, TJ. I can't. Most of these are from Facebook. I want to see. Is there anything? All these are. I just realized all these sources are from Facebook. Okay. Well, anyway, no one covers Plattner negatively, right, TJ? So in American politics, we have a two-party system, and the two options that are basically possible in Maine to win are Plattner or Susan Collins at this point. And so Susan Collins is not pro-Palestine at all. Okay. And I will say, though, there are a lot of people who cover him negatively. As a matter of fact, the Democratic Party hates Graham Plattner. They hate Graham Plattner. It's actually just not true that there are people who don't cover him, that there are tons of people who cover him negatively. Okay. So I don't know where you heard that, but there are a lot of people who cover him negatively. Regardless, the two options are Susan Collins and Graham Plattner. Susan Collins openly supports Israel and has done tons of has actually funded the military and has been pro-war on many occasions. Graham Plattner, indeed, it looks like he does support. Okay, he does support the TJ. No, I'm telling you, TJ, it's more than just that. The Democratic Party has gone after him for being pro-Palestine. Okay. People do cover him for being pro-Palestine. They don't like him for being so pro-Palestine and for being openly pro-Palestine. And as a matter of fact, the combination of him being pro-Palestine and having a Nazi tattoo has made him especially a big target for Zionists who claim that he doesn't support Israel because he's anti-Semitic. And I've seen this. That being said, it's an option between him and her. And unfortunately, in the United States, okay, yeah, that's fair, TJ, but that's the problem in the United States, is that we have two options, or at least the people who get to vote on this have two options, okay? They can do Susan Collins or they can do him. Now, they could do a write-in, that won't win, and that'll take away a vote from one of those two people, which is why one of the big issues that Americans have is that we're always having to vote for the lesser of two evils. Even if you don't like, even if a person, yeah, I know, TJ, but I feel, TJ, I love you, TJ, but I feel like you came in here and started yelling at everyone, and you don't have a firm grasp of how American politics works. And I feel like if I say that, you're going to say that I'm not a real lefty or something. But this is also my worry with Bad Empanada, is a lot of times he says things and he has no idea what he's talking about. Okay? Like, that's the issue in American politics. If we don't vote, if the people who are in Maine don't vote for Graham Plattner or Susan Collins, they empower one of the two. So if people don't vote for him, they're basically empowering Susan Collins, and she is arguably worse. So what do we do? Okay, it's much more complicated than just saying, like, well, we should hate Graham Plattner. Well, yeah, it's not ideal. Okay, look at it this way: it's either voting for no change or no change. Voting for, but that's the thing, TJ. First of all, we don't know that. Second of all, yeah, that's why we need to completely change the country. We need revolutionary change in this country. But that ain't happening right now, unfortunately. Despite all the people what all the people in here want, despite everything we're advocating for, despite the fact that there's tons of people in here who do active resistance and have talked to me both, and sometimes do active resistance that I can't talk about because it's told to me privately. Okay? My point is like, all right. Okay. And yes, we also don't know if there's not going to be change by voting in Graham Plattner. What we do know is that Susan Collins is a monster. Okay, listen, guys, listen. I got to be clear. I don't know. My whole reason we're watching this thing about Graham Plattner. Okay, how long do you suspect it'll take at this rate, TJ? TJ, okay. I'm going to stop this conversation, TJ. You're upset about something, and I don't know what it is. You came in here and just started yelling at all of us as like a collective group of leftists, all right? We want change. That's the whole point, TJ. We're constantly talking about how we want revolutionary change in this country. So do you think I'm sitting back and waiting for it to happen? Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine, TJ. I respect you like deeply as a person. I'm just frustrated at you coming in here like this. Okay. All right. Let's go on. So guys, I am actually going to all right. I am going to so food is on its way. I'm going to chat with you guys a bit longer. Okay. I'm going to chat with you guys a bit longer. Face up. Okay. So yeah, that exactly where North Blob. And I will say, like, I said this before, guys. There is no structure in the United States now for a massive revolutionary change. What we need is parallel government structures. We need massive organization. We need people to start organizing a tremendous amount. There, right now, it would if we were to start doing adventurism, that would not work. It doesn't historically. Unfortunately, the American people, love them or hate them, okay, mainly don't like them, are not in a revolutionary, or at least are not prepared for that. And that's what we need to work on. We need major changes, despite the fact that we live in an evil empire that's murdering people all over the globe. There's a lot of material things that are making it very hard. That has really made it. All right. Anyway, so. All right, we'll watch the. We're gonna watch this here. This is this guys. What is this Duke Nukem thing that you sent? Graham Plattner's Revolution. Okay, wait, no, see here. Steak boiled and ooh, that looks good. Where is it? Okay, guys, someone said they sent me a Duke Nukem something or other. Wait, I don't get it. I don't get it. Matt Saigai, well, I don't know what that is, Matt Saigai, whatever. Where is this thing that you sent? The Duke Nukem shit? I can't find it, forgive me. I would watch it, I just don't know where it is. Someone tell me. You said here. Where is it, guys? Where is it? I can't see anyone. Yeah, I don't even know who sent it. Is that person not here anymore? Whatever, fuck it. I'm done with it. I'm done. I'm done with it. I can't find it. I don't know where it is. I've looked everywhere. Whatever. Okay. So, okay, I'm done with it. I hate all of you. Okay, no, I love all of you. I'm sorry. I love you all very much. You're all little angels and never did anything wrong. Okay, especially Drusilla. Drusilla is a perfect specimen. All right, perfect person. Thank you, Jonas. I'm very calm. Thank you. Okay, I'm very calm. I'm very calm, Jonas. All right. So, what was I gonna say here? I love you all very much. Let me see. Okay, let me find one more thing to watch. Okay, I'll just go find something else. We have, you know what? Why not? Let's watch this. Let's watch what Fetty sent us.
You know it. You love it.
Okay, we'll watch what Fetty what Fetty sent us real fast. This looks like a cute little palate cleanser about chickpea steak. All right, let's just watch a palate cleanser. I need a goddamn palate cleanser. All right. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing. Okay, I just saw that. Why am I laughing? There's like a mustache on the goddamn cutting board. Okay, it's not that funny. Whatever. Okay, I'm delusional. Let's watch this.
It's that glorious chickpea water. Oh, yamahama, there it is. And I was worried there wasn't going to be enough chickpea mucus. We're not interested in the actual garbanzo beans. We just want the juice. And then, of course, we got to get our puck out. Kroger! We put plastic in our sticks! Oh, whoa, whoa!
By the way, Kroger is one of the worst corporations inside the country. They are one of the large, I think they are the largest grocery, one of the largest grocery stores. Like one of the largest grocery stores in the country, and they're horrible to their workers. Absolutely horrible. They crush unions all the time. Jonas, I hate you so much. Jonas says they should be making Israeli hummus. Jonas, no one wants to vomit, okay? Israeli hummus, like, what is that one shit brand, Saba or whatever, is complete disgusting. Israeli hummus is like, I don't know. I'd rather, walk outside, follow someone, Sabra, walk outside and find someone walking a dog and then actively eat their shit as they relieve themselves on the sidewalk. Okay. Like, no, thank you. No, thank you. Okay. Most Israeli food is garbage, to be honest with you. And I'm not saying that because I hate Israel. I love Israel. It's an angelic state that never did anything wrong, but it's just awful food. Okay. No, seriously, though. It is awful. And it's a country full of Nazis. Anyway, whatever.
Whoa. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's disgusting. I didn't realize it was gonna be so bubbly. It foams a lot. All right, and that's 10 minutes. That's gonna need a sear, but first we'll hit it with some salt and pepper. Well, all right, let's open it up and see how we did. You know what? From now on, we're cooking these things for 12 minutes.
Okay,
This
that
cut
looks
of
good.
meat
That looks good. It's a bit undercooked, but it looked really good.
seems a little off.
Yeah, everyone has to pick on me. Everyone pick on me. Okay? I can tell we're not someone. Everyone should pick on me. I'm the jester. Okay?
Here we go. The steak itself is like a terrible cut of meat. It's like all torn apart, and I think they picked something off the floor and wrapped it up. As far as discounted steaks go, this was probably the worst one I've gotten. But the flavor's fine. It has a nice garbanzo-y flavor. It's super tender, but it's kind of ruined by this shredded steak that we got. So I'm gonna have to give the steak boiled in chickpea mucus.
It does look
3
flavorless.
out of 5.
This needs some flavor added to it. This is very boring, okay? God. Sylvie and TJ, calm down, okay? Calm down, both of you. All right?
Ashok Kumar.
We all love each other. Okay, maybe we don't all love each other, but we're fine. We're good, all right? We're living in a shitty planet. Where it's a very shitty planet right now. Everything sucks, okay? Everything sucks. Everyone is heightened tension, okay? It's heightened tension, all right? I get it. There's a genocide happening, all right? We get it. What do you mean? Okay. TJ, by the way, so first of all, Sylvie is very heroic in many, many ways. Okay, I love Sylvie. Sylvie, being someone of a certain minority group who is threatened very deeply in this country by the Trump administration, by people generally, is very brave and courageous. And forgive me, what are your pronouns, Sylvie? Okay, very courageous person who does a lot of great stuff and endangers themselves on a daily basis for even being in here to an extent. TJ is also a badass. TJ lives in a country that openly oppresses people that are pro-Palestinian, okay? And thank you, Sylvie, she, her. Forgive me, Sylvie, I couldn't remember. TJ lives in a country that openly oppresses people that are pro-Palestinian while also promoting pro-Palestinian causes and not being straight, okay? Both of you are badass and you know what I mean? Okay? You're all badass. You're both badass, okay? And I know we have disagreements on a lot of shit, okay? We do. To me, you're all cool, though. I'm just saying, okay? You're all cool to me. All right? Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm whatever. So what's my favorite creator? Oh my God, why is Hassan on my page? Okay, I like Hassan, but I'm just sick of seeing his face everywhere. All right? God, I'm jealous. Okay. Sylvie! Sylvie! Okay. I actually do LaCroix sometimes. I didn't say that, LaCroix, but I do sometimes watch Hassan videos. I do sometimes watch Hassan videos, okay? I'm sorry, guys. I'm not a teacher. You're adults. I shouldn't be yelling at you, okay? I shouldn't be yelling at you. I'm sorry. It's just my instinct. It's my instinct, okay? I know you can, TJ. I know. All right. Okay. I know you won't, TJ. Okay. All right. So, guys, I don't know. I don't have. Lurgus the Leopard, you have a Hassan poster on your ceiling, don't you? No, Lurking Snow Leopard. No, I don't. Okay. No. All right. CRY. Okay, whatever. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I hate all of you so much. Okay. And I'm gonna put my face up. I'm rambling aimlessly now. It's not a Hassan bot. Shh, Lurking Snow Leopard. Okay, no, I don't have an image of Hassan. All right. I mean, whatever. I mean, I have deep fakes. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke. Okay, that's a joke. All right, whatever. Okay. Moving on. So, all right, guys. I love you all. You're all the best. Okay. I mean, some of you, I mean, Drusilla, for example. You know, I don't know about Drusilla, but the rest of you, we all know that they're not fakes. How dare you, Jonas? Okay. Whatever. As if Hassan Piker would ever send that to me, little old me. Okay, anyway, no, whatever. All right. So, guys, I am going to oh, TJ, please. You know it, TJ. All right. Let's, guys, go on here. So I am going to go. I have food waiting me so I can shove it into my mouth. Love shoving things into my mouth. And that was not intentional. I meant to say, like, I like eating food. Drusilla, can you make up your mind soon? Yeah, Drusilla, I'm making up my mind now, okay? I'm leaving you, all right? How dare you, elevator lady? So, guys, I'm going to go. I love you all very much. You all know what I'm about to say. No, I will not. Look how I hate you. Matt's like I said, you should raid him. Maybe you can get some of his followers in here, okay? No, because Hassan is like an elitist POS who isn't really a member of the working class and who doesn't care about small creators, all right? So I'm going to raid someone that matters, okay? I'm going to raid someone that I can help grow because I'm a gardener, okay? All right. I hate you, Drusilla. So let me find someone to send you all to. Okay, thank you, TJ. All right. Hassan is a champagne socialist. Well, all right. Raid and then we leave him. Yeah, that's a good one, Louise. So let's do this. Let's find Twitch. Okay. I'm going to send you guys to, you know what? Anyone have any suggestions? We have Gus Broadcasting, Parkours, and Hassan, who I'm not going to send you to. Does anyone have any other one? Everyone we haven't sent to. You send people to Hassan to get them into the left. He doesn't need raids. That's exactly, Sylvie. He doesn't need raids. So obviously, I'm never gonna raid Hassan. I never will. By the way, I would never do that. So don't worry. Do we have anyone? And you guys have a recommendation who I can send you to that I haven't sent you to yet? One topic. Okay, Drusilla. One topic. What is one topic about here? Super nerd? Are they lefties? Okay. OT is pretty cool. Really? Okay, you know what, Drusilla, it doesn't say. Drusilla, are they lefties, Drusilla? Seriously, I'm asking. Are they lefties, or are they like at least moral people? Like, do they suck Israel's dick? I'm just like curious before I do this. OT is left. Got you. Okay. So all right, just because Drusilla told me first, we'll do him. Okay. Though wait a minute, he has a lot of followers. He has 94K followers. I'm gonna try OT, Drusilla, just because he's a much larger. This guy's small. Whatever. Okay. OT. Did someone mention OT? I don't see anyone called OT. Oh, one topic is OT. Rapture Blue. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm like going around. We'll try Rapture Blue, I guess. Paste. I just want to see how big they are. Okay, that's a smaller person. Let's do the smaller person.
He got so upset.
Let's do the smaller person. Okay, guys, you all know what I'm about to say. Okay, forgive me, Drizella. I'll send you to the smaller creator here. So the creator I'm sending you to is Raptor Blue. Yes, let's see here. Raptor Blue. So I'm going to make sure to do the raid here. First of all, guys, you know what I'm about to say. You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Ukraine. Free Sudan. Free Iran. Can we end the American empire, please? I'd love that. I'd love it if the American empire collapsed on its stupid little ass and just disintegrated into history. And I want America to become a cute little hippie country that just gets high all the time and then, doesn't do anything. Okay? That'd be nice. So free Palestine, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We're living in a fascist moment in this country and in the UK. We need major changes. We need major revolutionary changes or major reforms, okay? You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists or the imperialists will walk all over you. Don't do it. Fight back. Resist in every way you can, and I know a lot of you guys are. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Take the implication of why I have this back there, okay? Why do you think I have this back there? I'm trying to send a message, as the Joker would say. It's about sending a message, okay? Anyway, Chainbreaker is thought to be responsible for the death of 7 slave owners, and it's been passed down in my family for many years. Please do not let don't let the sacrifice of our ancestors go to waste. They made some major sacrifices for some of the shit we have today, okay? Do not let them go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I'm going to send you over to Rapture Blue. The raid is being created. It is being created now. And everyone, so if you want to go to Rapture Blue, I'll send you over there. All right, guys. So guys, on Sundays I don't typically stream. I might stream tomorrow, depending on how I just might, just for shits and giggles. But normally I don't, okay? So be aware, I might not be streaming tomorrow. I love you all very much. I'll send you a picture of the cheesecake, okay? Have a great Mother's Day tomorrow for those that celebrate. All right, guys. Join our Discord, by the way. Bye-bye. All right, guys. For the rest of you, love you very much. Love you very much.